and your children are turned into mindless vassals who now they look up to some twit instead of looking up to Thomas Jefferson or looking up to Nikola Tesla or looking up to Magellan. I mean, kids, Magellan's a lot cooler than Justin Bieber. He circumnavigated with one ship the entire planet. He was killed by wild natives before they got back to Portugal. And when they got back, there was only...
But why? $22 million in 3 fucking hours!
There is no nobility in poverty. I have been a rich man and I have been a poor man, and I choose rich every fucking time. The real question is this: was all this legal? Absolutely fucking not.
Neither go towards the feeding grounds at the edge of the ice, nor return to the colony. Shortly afterwards, we saw him heading straight towards the mountains, some 70 kilometers away. Dr. Ainley explained that even if he caught him and brought him back to the colony, he would immediately head right back for the mountains. But why?
What's your dream? To go away.
To go away. That's right.
Do you guys want to drink? I don't understand why everybody has to be so judgmental. I understand why mom's judgmental. I think it's because she cares partially. And it's also partially because everyone else is looking at her like, hey, Cody's just a bum. Cody's this, Cody's that, Cody's this. Cody's me, bro. Let me be me.
All right. Good morning, Monday, June 1st, guys. New month start. Really excited to get into the markets. I had a wild delimbing weekend on zinc and printed some amazing P&Ls, posted on my Mint Josh X handle. So yeah, you can go over there and check. But Chill, my guy, what is going on? New week in the markets here.
Yo, what up, Josh? Dude, you've been going crazy on the delimbing. So shout out to you, bro. Like,
yo,
I mean, especially on these utility coins where they'll pop up again. It just seems like just solid setups here. So hey, congrats, bro.
Yeah, man. Honestly, we've had some good asset selection lately on the show. So part of it is starting with great asset selection and then just, sizing in and pressing trades where it's working and just having the right thesis. So I also noticed Crime put up a 50 soul spot too on the for the month. So me and Crime going to start a little bit of a rivalry here to run up our DLIM accounts. Yeah.
Solid. It's good to see. Yeah, man, look, it's been a crazy weekend. I don't know if you saw the launch of, what was that? We were just talking about it too. Prism. I don't know if you saw that launch on ETH. I was like, holy crap. It's like,
do you want to start there?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, let's do that. We got a couple things to cover here today, guys. I'll do this, and then we'll do like a little show summary here. But let me add my chart to the screen. Bang. So this was the launch that happened over the weekend here. Nice little stair step up here on Prism, but some fancy new tech that I have to do a little bit more digging into. But from what I understand.
Oh, we might have some chill lag. Hey guys, I don't know if I'm gonna assume chill's lagging there, and it's not me. So if you can give me a little thumbs up in the chat there, if that's chill, but I think he's like totally dropped off. So just gonna remove him here. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. This happens sometimes, lag out, little glitchy on the internet, but we're gonna get I'm just sending links out, guys. So we're just getting set up. But yeah, as Chill mentioned, nice trade there. Let me just pull up some trades that thanks, Scarlett. That I was looking at last week. Oh, we got my guy back. All right, Chill, you back with us?
Yes. I had like 3 or 4 trading terminals open at the same time. I didn't realize it. So that was the reason for that there. But anywho, basically this project over the weekend. I don't know if you guys heard of like UPEG on ETH at all, or Sato, but apparently it's some combination of the two. So something to watch out for. But there was like I think someone had like a write up on CT that they did about Prism. Yeah, this is it here. All right, let me show you guys this tweet. So you guys might be familiar with the homie Ethan. We had Ethan on a few months ago, back when AI agents were going crazy, and he's kind of caught on to Prism as well. Novel use of DeFi rails. So it's a new sort of primitive, I guess you can say. TLDR, Spectrum is a novel launchpad built on Uniswap v4 and Prism that allows for the creation of asset indexes, which trade seamlessly as a single token and pay you to hold them. So there's a full write-up on this, and happy to dig into that with you guys later. Real quick though, here's just a little bit about the structure of the show today. So we have our first interview coming up on at 12 o'clock, about 20 minutes from now, just a little under 20 minutes actually. Here's the schedule for today. We have Spectro on coming on at 12. That's actually been a pretty exciting project. So excited to dig into that, see where the dev is. We kind of marked out some zones and things of that nature beforehand. We have beforehand there last Friday. Then we have the first continuous prediction market, right? Decant Fi there at 12:30. We have Evo at 1. We have the homie Ica XBT coming online at 1:30. And then we'll wrap up today's show at 2 p.m. with the CPT bros with Patrick Sang. So we'll dig into that today. Exciting show. There was one other thing that I needed to cover with you guys. You guys know it, right? Like there's 115 of us here. Let's all do this. Let's all go to the MCG at MCG Live. Let's go to the account. Let's scroll down and you'll see this entire schedule here. Let's do 2 things. Let's hit like and retweet the stream, right? Like just like and retweet before we even jump into anything. So if you're joining us now, go to @MCG Live, like our recent post, and retweet it as well. Let's get more of the homies in here. And so before our first interview, we'll spend the next 15 minutes kind of talking a little bit about some holy crap. Ton is going crazy. We'll talk a little bit about some high time frame macro stuff here. I was telling you guys that I'm looking for a bounce here on Bitcoin in the short term. Still looking for any evidence of a bounce happening, but not really seeing any so far. So far, like Bitcoin is just kind of nuking through every floor. We had this 12-hour SFP, and that got invalidated. And right now, we're just kind of chilling in this zone. So you guys know that I've been kind of calling for the sub 60K level for quite some time. That's really still the ultimate target. But as we move into some of these lower time frames, as you can see here, I was kind of looking for a bounce back up, maybe to the mid range here, bang, before we go down. So that was kind of the thought process, and the view of Bitcoin that we had. Not really much to go over with ETH or Solana, with ETH, but Solana specifically, looking to see if I can get long here. But same thing, not really seeing any signs that tell me I should be like uber bullish or go long in this range here. We're no signs of reversal. We're just nuking through every support level. So we'll see. However, hype is looking good. Hype is actually just today made a new all-time high. We wanted to see hype kind of pull back into this fair value gap here, but it just kind of continued to rally. I see it.
We wanted to see that.
I was looking for a long setup in this area here, but of course, Josh, he has his spot holding. So Josh is literally, spot and chill right now. Zek is actually looking pretty good. I saw some I don't want to say FUD, but somebody came out and they were kind of vocally bearish on Zek. So I think that kind of killed the momentum behind this pump. I guess whoever talked about it was a pretty well-known figure in the privacy space. And so he's kind of vocally bearish on Zek. So we'll see if that kills all of the momentum or if it's just going to be like a short-term move, But again, still same thing here, looking for reasons to be bullish. So far we have this daily SFP that formed on Zek. So as you can see right here, that's a little SFP that we have. And so far it's respecting it. I went long and I did close my long because of that lack of momentum. But here's what I'm long on right now. Near protocol is looking absolutely fantastic. We talked about this last week. If we go to, I would say the 8-hour gives us the best view. We pointed out, what was it, like, I think last week or 2 weeks ago, we pointed out this 3-day fair value gap that we see here. We pointed that out. I went into a lower time frame. I saw I zoomed in and saw a 12-hour FVG, and we did an SFP in here. Plus there was a falling wedge. So a lot of confluences in this zone. And I'm targeting, and I've been long here since like 225 or so with my stop at 220. And so I'm going to run this to like $3 and we'll do that. So near is looking actually pretty good for another wave. Ton, dude, I expected Ton to kind of breach this. You see my alert here set for 168. It literally tagged 170. So it didn't quite give me the pullback that I wanted. But I mean, look, Ton is looking absolutely amazing. It's coming into the recent highs. Are you still bullish Ton here, Josh? Like, I don't know how you feel about Ton in general.
I honestly don't have a thesis really on Ton itself. Yeah, I'm just outside of hype. I just have no majors that I look at.
Valid. I mean, the one to hold is hype. So you're outperforming pretty much everything else out there. If Ton gives us a nice pullback, I'll see if I can get in. I mean, Tron could be like a Tron, like, it really works in emerging markets, has a bunch of TG users, mobile first, a lot of DeFi games. I got to do a little more DD on this to know if I'm into it or not. Got you. And I know you got some tickers that you want to cover as well, Josh. So let's see, the
Just
last
gonna
thing that I
close my
want.
window. Someone's like mowing the lawn, so I'll be back in a second.
No, you're good. You're good. Um, yeah, so that's what I'm looking for on Tom. We definitely got the bounce in the area. I was just looking for one more thing. I was looking for one more little see, we drew out this like 1 week OB here with the fair value gap, which perfect place to look for a bounce. The last thing I was looking for was like an SFP on the 12-hour. That's what I was looking for. And we almost got it. We almost got it down here, but just not quite. We got we had like a smaller one here, but I was really looking for a liquidity sweep right here around 169. But we'll see if we get a chance at a reentry. Just a couple other majors that I'm looking at. A couple to note. One is Jito. I think Jito is going to be pretty good. This one hit my alerts. I was long down here and kind of took a little profit right here. We'll see how this plays out. But Jito kind of getting a little bit of tailwind from the hype move, right? I don't know if you want to say this is a beta player of sorts, but that's what it's acting like anyway. Yeah, last thing is just Tau. I mean, crypto AI is a big sector. We're at the bottom of our range here for our local range anyway for Tau. And it looks like we're sweeping a little bit on the bottom side there. So if we close, here's a full Tau like breakdown, trade breakdown anyway. I'll get long if we close the daily here. If we close the daily, which is in 8 hours, if we close that above 245, let's just call it 246 to keep it simple. My stop would be 244 and my entry would be 245. So that's what I'm looking for. I'll check the chart in 8 hours. I'll see where it closes. We'll set a entry around 246, 247. And then we'll put our stop around 244. And that would be my my long there on Tau. I think we're getting to this point in the cycle where a lot of altcoins will start to outperform Bitcoin. I mean, we see Michael Saylor come out and he's selling Bitcoin, right? I don't know if you guys saw that breaking news that came in earlier. But yeah, Saylor is selling Bitcoin, and it didn't affect the market as badly as I thought it would. I mean, I thought definitely Bitcoin is suffering because of that, but I mean, the rest of the market is pretty much fine. Anything with fundamentals, right? Even Fajal, the homie, he says that's what the worst thing to possibly ever happen to crypto, because now you have, as you can see, that news there of MicroStrategy selling. So yeah, I mean, I think altcoins might have altcoins with good fundamentals. Think they have a really good chance of outperforming the market here. So we'll see, but that's the Tau breakdown. And we've been tracking some majors, and we'll continue to track anything that outperforms. But we have 8 minutes until our next until our first interview here on the show. Josh, I know you had some stuff that you wanted to cover beforehand.
Yeah, so new month, starting fresh P&L in the month. What I think I'm going to try and do is track month to month my delimbing P&L separately. And I just man, the win rates are too good. It's the only thing that I'm like really, really good at trading. Every time I leave delimbing, I go trade, try and chase stuff straight up. The way that you delim is you change your mindset a little bit. So you're not chasing discovery candles. Instead, you're adding liquidity to discovery candles and just farming fees. And it just seems to work a little bit better. Plus it helps, having good strength on utility tokens. One thing I'll say though, guys, is when you're delimbing, you have to really ideally we get Soul strength. If Soul breaks down here, I think, you're going to see a lot of cutting through your ranges, a lot of, trades that are coming into liquidity versus having, and then might not bounce as strong. And what you need is those ranging, and you need that ability for a token to come down into your liquidity, but also bounce out of it. And so I'm a little cognizant of this kind of red day that we have, and that this likely breaks down here and ideally springs up is what we'd like to see. Within that, there are still some opportunities. So one I'm looking at is Claw here. On the timeline, there was a hint of there being some sort of catalyst for Claw slash Squire today, Monday. I have not looked into what that catalyst is. So what I'm looking for this to do is basically break down here. And I think what I'm going to do is have a little bit of liquidity set in here in a bid ask strategy to take this trade. So as it comes in, I'm kind of getting filled basically on this. So I do think it's going to break down here. I don't know where this goes. I mean, this has had a pretty good run, but I would say it could come down into the 3 mil area where then I would buy more spot and then have it kind of laddered up. So that's just something I'm looking at on Claw. Squire. So that one I'll put a just like a bid only kind of strategy. Same thing with Squire. I mean, I don't know what this news is going to be, but this also looks like it could kind of break down here. So keep an eye on that. Either that or it ranges and then breaks out, but I don't know. I think Sol is gonna itself break down. So you might see it come down in here somewhere. So maybe in the 3 mil area, I'll start buying spot and then having that on the ask side and then catch all those fees as it ranges in this area. That's two that I really like this week. Zinc was an amazing trade. Oh my goodness. I was long this. I mean, I was long this over here. One of my biggest trades on this move. And then it ranged here quite a bit. And then I caught all this move over the weekend. I'm out of it now. Again, it broke down this 2 mil area and I'm out of it now, but I do like the strength on this. Here's the game you're playing with Zinc. There's a $100,000 prize pool, which is going to attract, I think it's a 1 in 700 chance to win it. It's going to attract a lot of Sol liquidity that's playing the game, which is going to increase the buybacks, which they're buying back on look at this. They've already bought back like a few $100,000 worth of the token on a $2 million chart. So I would like this to come back to 1.3, but I just think it's so strong. If that jackpot hits, it will definitely correct. It'll probably have a sharp correction, then everyone will kind of buy it back up, and then it could go again. So I'm not in it right now. I'm kind of just in cash after the weekend to kind of just reset the week. But guys, Percolator. Oh my gosh, I called this out on Friday. I said, guys, at 1.7, go watch my DLIM segment that I posted on Sunday. Again, if you're live on MCG on these segments, and Chill was there, Chill was listening to my rambling. I was like, guys, Percolator. This could have a bit of a run. There was like totally tweeted out Percolator at 1.7. I am killing myself because I did not own this. So as much as Zinc did well, this did better. And I've missed all this move. So I don't know what an answer is here on an entry, but man, I just feel so sidelined after, this guy was on MCG. Let's see. If I share this instead, May 20th. So why permissionless perps for any market? So think a pump fund for perps. The guy did a bunch of totally bounties to create the open source Percolator software. I think this gets a lot of push by Solana. And the beta testing is open right now. So I don't know if you're testing it, please let me know. Let me know. I know Top Fumbler, I think you put your hand up, but maybe that was for Dapital or something else. Chill, do you want to tee up the next segment here before we
Yeah, let's do it.
But yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Maybe one last one real quick. JTVO. I'm hearing something about like this is like the VVV of Solana. I have no clue if that's true. But Lucas, you know what? We haven't seen many Believe projects really survive. And I mean, this chart is just amazing. So I don't know. We'll see. All right, go ahead, Chill.
Yeah, so we have a pretty interesting let me see. Boom. So we have a pretty interesting first interview coming up here with Spectro. So interesting tweet here. A few things that caught my attention. Part of the Claude AI partner ecosystem team has been validated by both Anthropic and Cognition, invited into Y Combinator's pipeline as a high conviction candidate, building a decentralized AI compute marketplace powered by Spectro, right? So there's a lot of interesting things here. Users can monetize idle GPU resources for distributed AI workloads, privacy-first infrastructure, native iOS and Android apps in development, Apple Pay to Spectro to AI credits creates that fiat to AI payment flow, and the founders ex Apple Academy. So couple, very nice talking points here. Very nice fundamental things, fundamental parts of the project that we can dig deeper into for the interview itself. So excited to get into this one because this came on my radar last week, and I was digging into this, and I was like, wow, like I was actually blown away. What's up?
Can you throw? Yeah, please, just for the context.
Yeah. Let's hit a quick chart here. So, bang, here is the chart for Spectro, and actually
range.
not a bad place at all here. Let me just chart this out real quick. I mean, just do that little downtrend here, noticing that. Yeah, so that's quick context on the chart. Basically, this got picked up last week. A lot of excitement.
I might deal in this. Actually, I really like this this range here. That's really nice. Okay.
Yeah. So we got our discovery candle. We're ranging. Let's see if there's a reason for this to break out here. So let's go ahead and bring up the founder, a member of the team there, and
Carlo. Welcome.
So hi everyone. Nice to meet you all.
Yeah.
Welcome to the show, Carlo. Good to meet you. Glad we're able to get you on today. Excited to dig into the conversation, talk Spectro, and your thoughts around the entire market as far as that narrative is concerned. But before we dig into all of that, I wanted to first start with you, the developer. You're the founder. Let's put a face to the name, get to know you a little bit. Let's start with your background. Who are you, and what qualifies you to build this?
Well, I'm Carlo, and I'm a developer. I've been a developer for almost 10 years. And I was, as a Google developer expert, developing apps on the Google ecosystem before doing anything. Then I started developing on backends and front ends. So I started going to the Apple Developer Academy, where I studied all the information about how Apple ecosystem were working. So how the systems were working in a more into the field way. And after doing that, I found my first company, that is ATH, the one behind Spectro. And I founded one of my first successful apps got bootstrapped from 0 to 100K ARR, and it was a privacy browser. It was, as of now, it's still the only privacy browser with their own proprietary engine. Everything was built from scratch, and I got loads of interest from venture capitals and YC-like companies. So after doing that, I started going around in Europe, all across Europe, attending loads of events where I got invited to. And then I stopped myself in Paris, and I started building in Paris, founding another company with another co-founder, while I was in a pre-batch by EF. It's a similar company than YC. And then after doing that, I started going out with all of the YC founders, or the first-time founders, across the European space. And that was a great thing, because I managed to meet loads of people from YC, so the actual YC CEOs, investors, and so on. And that was great, because at the end of the day, I managed to get to Munich and have an actual one-to-one meeting with the founders of YC. It was great. And yeah, so now I got invited to YC Startup School, and I managed to get loads of interesting people around my projects, such as the Claude AI program, the Cognition Ambassador program, and I joined the AWS Startup program. So I have a really great community behind, and loads of big companies that are supporting the projects. And then I started experimenting with cryptos, because there was a time where um, nobody was using them properly. So I said, at the end of the day, cryptos can be used in a way to actually pay for things you want to buy, or trade it, or swap it for something else. And that's the great goal. And to be honest, I chose Solana because it's one of the best chains as of now. You have low commissions, super fast transaction, and it's a very growing coin. So I started building Spectro because I wanted to solve an issue that I had for a long time. As of now, most of the people that develop code are using AI to get help on that, and loads of the developers I know are using Claude Code or Codex, or maybe open code. That's it basically. And the main issue with that is that, first of all, you are locked in. Like, you can only use Claude on Claude Code, or GPT on Codex. And I wanted to have something that was actually free and open source for everyone. As of free, I mean actually to have the freedom of use whatever model you want, and also offline models. And the main interesting part is that you can build the product, you can fork it, you can do anything that you want with Spectro. That's the amazing part. And also privacy related features. I'm a huge privacy enthusiast, and I worked at most of my projects thinking about all the privacy solutions. And Spectro does not lack of privacy at all. All the information is stored privately in a .enc file, encrypted, so that even if you have, I don't know, even if your keys get leaked, there's nothing to be scared of on your own PC, because that file is useless if you don't have the key.
Can I ask what the application actually does? So is it like is it like ChatGPT and you just bring your own model and there's privacy incorporated? Like, if you were to explain it to someone in a couple sentences, how would you explain what Spectro actually does for a user?
Well, actually, Spectro is a harness that managed to handle multiple agents for any task, to be honest. So let's say I want to develop a website for MCG. I can just ask Spectro, like, these are all the information you have. Just create a website and push it on Vercel or whatever deployment action, and it just does that. So it just programs, checks the information, commits on GitHub, and then it's online. And everything it does it automatically and by itself, autonomously. So it's a harness of automation, basically. It's not like NA10. It's more like a Swiss knife for AI. I would say it's similar to OpenClaw or Hermes in a way. But the neat part is that it doesn't rely on anything else. So anything you can use, you can do on Spectro, relies only on itself. So if you're using Hermes, maybe you might need, I don't know, Claude Code to help you on the coding tasks. While on Spectro, you can use everything on Spectro. You don't need to leave the terminal in a way. And now with the new integration, you can just send a message on Telegram and it just works. You can send a message on your mobile phone and it works. And that's the amazing part that I'm really loving.
Yeah, and it looks like you have
What would
a.
you like?
Sorry, go ahead, Chill. Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, like, what's the goal here? So you have this sort of, this execution layer, I guess is I don't know if that's what we can call this. So you let me know. But my read is this is an execution layer. Who do you want to use this? Is this geared towards like just kind of your average everyday user? Is this more for like for enterprises, for companies? Like who's the target audience here?
Well, I started the project while thinking that developers were interested in the field, because obviously, like automation with the terminal, it's always accepted in the developer field. But then I found out that more and more people were wanting were needing a product like that. So even the uh, non-powered user, so a non-developer and a normal people can just need to get things done. And I saw that Claude were working at something called Claude Co-work, and the way that you can automate simple tasks, even for a normal user, in a such a easy way, like just send a message, it works. So I wanted to do something like that, and so the main product niche would be anyone, to be honest. As of now, it's so simple to use that literally anyone that knows how to type a message on a keyboard can do that. So it started as a developer only product, and then it became a everyone product, basically.
So what can Spectro help developers, since it's developer focused for now, eventually be open up to everyone, like you mentioned. But um, what can Spectro help developers to do now that perhaps they can't get out of another? I'm just trying to see what exactly is the advantage of using Spectro versus any other, execution layer or just any other LLM out there.
Well, I'm gonna give you an actual example from my own use case and what I use it to work on everyday things I do. And basically, let's say you have an app that you want to build, uh, or like deploy it very easily. You can just send a message to Spectro saying, you need to add this feature. I need to have, I don't know, new buttons, new set up the login page, the database, and everything. And it just handles everything by itself. And the most important part is that all the coding CLI tools that I checked out, so Cloud Code, Codex, Copilot, and so on, are based off something called Node.js. And sadly, Node.js is very bloated and heavy. And the problem with that is that if you open up more than one instance of Cloud Code, for example, you're going to waste half a gigabytes every single time you open a terminal. And that's a lot of RAM. And especially now that you cannot handle to waste RAM because it costs a lot now. Spectrum only takes 15 megabytes. 15. That's nothing
What
related
one
to,
five, right?
yeah, 1.5, yeah. And this means also that you can start up 100 instances of Spectrum without losing any particular amount of RAM at all. And also you have parallelization, so everything happens in parallel. So if you have, I don't know, 100 tasks, you can spin up different agents to do different things, and they can work together instead of working in a single context. So if you want to develop something using ChatGPT chat, you're gonna have everything in a single context. So it's gonna be hallucinating, getting problems
Yeah.
overall. While if you use Spectro, it doesn't happen because you have the main context that is the context of the orchestrator, and then you have the smaller contexts that are the ones on the sub agents, on all the agents, and that's what makes it so powerful, basically. And you can manage to use more tokens and get more output in a better way, and also like to avoid getting hallucinations. That's something really bad that happens all the time, to be honest, with the new
So
mo-
Carlo, can I just want to summarize the thought here. So you found a way to optimize the instances on your computer to 15 megabytes of resource usage. And as a streamer, like I got StreamYard, I got my webcam going. As soon as I open a trading terminal, my computer like starts lagging. The video feed's not great. It's like I understand the resource limitations. So you've optimized it so that, and I think this is what, like if I were to, say what's your two sentence thing, I would say Spectro is the most optimized like agent terminal in the world or something like that. Like that's a
yeah.
really great one line to summarize like kind of what you've built here. So 15 megabytes of RAM each instance. You can have 100 instance on a normal, user's computer. And now when you have 100 instances, like what does that do for the user? Does this make you mentioned the hallucination thing. I think people understand that, but like, does this make them better? I don't know, coders. Does this allow you to move faster? And yeah, like what is the actual end result versus just having one agent, one instance going?
Well, that's a great question, actually. And if you use, for example, Cloud Code, and you just check out what it does, it wastes thousands of tokens just for a simple task, because it starts with a huge prompt that wastes a lot of stuff. And then at the end of the day, after using it for a while, after 20 minutes, 30 minutes, it starts to hallucinate and give worse results. So you're wasting money, basically. While on Spectral, this cannot happen because the pre-prompts are super small, super optimized for a specific task. And also using 100 different instances can make you work. You can literally work on 100 different things at the same time. And let's say you want to develop 100 different apps for a day, that can work on
Right.
Spectral, and you would pay the same amount of money you would usually pay on one session of Cloud Code, basically.
Wow. So
Yeah,
you have 100 times, let's say 100 times more potential output for the same amount of tokens. That's how
yeah,
optimized you've figured this out. Okay. And I want to type in, you have a background in consumer apps. I mean, to get to 100K ARR for a mobile app in this day and age is extremely impressive. It's very, very competitive. You mentioned that this can be on Solana mobile. Just walk us through, like, I can obviously see, like, look, MCG doesn't have a website and it kills me. I'm like, man, why can't I figure this out? Every time I go to Vibe Code one, it's like, it's not working out. So I could go to the Spectral mobile app and just tell it what I want it to do. And is it then running like my computer? It tells my computer with a bunch of tabs open, Spectral tabs open, then what to do? Like, how does the mobile experience work?
well, as of now, the Spectral app works by connecting remotely to the Spectral relay on the desktop, so it works on your machine. But I'm working now onto making Spectral fully working on your mobile, so you can just walk away from your desktop, turn it off or whatever. You can go away and it still works, and that's the neat part. And then after developing the website, you can just tell it to deploy to Vercel or any other place that you want. And yeah, so while I have a huge knowledge of deploying mobile apps for iOS and for Android, because I've built for most of my time mobile apps. And uh, to get the most amount of revenues, you need to make the best product you can get, basically. And I've worked a lot in optimization and privacy. That's my main two main skills that I really have. And I've optimized most of the workflows also because I was working on something embedded, and so machine hardware, something like that, you cannot handle to lose performance. So I'm really huge on performance related things. So
Yeah.
that's why most of the things I built are fast, cheap, and actually work great than all the other alternatives. Yeah.
So we have 11 minutes left, and I want to make the most use of this time. Crypto Jones asks, why a token? What advantages does it offer for your project? In this pinned tweet, you have talk about token utility. The token allows you to buy and sell inference at lower costs and purchasing directly from the providers. Does this mean that you're buying and selling inference peer to peer?
Well, there are two different ways of buying inference. First of all, how can the token can be used in the Spectro environment. First of all, if you want to code or program, you can use two ways. Either you bring your own API key, so you pay in whatever way you want, or you can buy a subscription, and the subscription can be cheaper for token holders. Then you get more perks. But not only that, you have a marketplace for inference where user can sell their own unsold AI credits. So let's say you win a hackathon, you get 10,000 euros in ChatGPT Pro or whatever. Other users in the marketplace or Spectro itself can buy it from you, paying with Spectro tokens. So you pay with the AI credits, you get back actual money that you can use, and that's can work on anyone, and actually will help a lot the ecosystem, because obviously if you buy tokens for a cheaper price, you can sell the user a cheaper price for the same amount of tokens that maybe you could get from OpenAI or Anthropic. So yeah, the main token utility would be actually helping user gain money by selling unused inference, or overall spending less on AI tokens. That's the most important part.
You have your roadmap here. Can you just give us an idea of where you are in the execution of this? Is the mobile app shipped, the terminal shipped? Are people using it? So yeah, just where you are in the development, are how many people are already using it? And then maybe you can get into a little bit of this roadmap.
Well, actually, I'm done with the CLI, so all the features work properly, and there are around maybe 200, 300 testers that are testing the product daily on GitHub, because I see every time people are cloning the stuff and trying themselves. I'm working on the Android app as of now, and actually I'm the task that was given to Spectro was to build the Android app. And as of now, the first Android iteration would be the remote control of the desktop version. But now I'm working on making Spectro fully working on mobile. So first Android, then you beta test, then iOS, test flights, and so on. So I would say I'm at maybe milestone 2 as of now. Even because building the CLI was probably the most hard milestone, because it's a huge thing. You need to build a whole foundation. After that, it's just a slope. So you just need to go, and it will eventually finish pretty fast. To be honest, it will take less time to build the mobile apps than the CLI.
And you have build the core platform, payments, marketplace, subscriptions. We talked briefly about marketplace. When do you see this kind of kicking in, where the Spectro token is actually used to buy and sell inference?
Well, I think it would be around the summer, so around August, and that's because we are still working on partnership with other companies that can help us sell the inference and buy inference from, because obviously, like, we want to get the best deals to make the subscription as cheap as possible for the user, while still providing a great advantage over all the other alternatives.
Okay.
And I have a few questions here, Josh, if I don't know if I'm interrupting.
No.
Okay.
Go for it.
So one thing I wanted to ask a little bit about, I wanted to talk more about the team. Is it just you? Do you have help? Who's working on this with you?
Well, on the development side and on most of the stuff, I'm I'm alone. But on the business side, I'm working with a lot of people in the back. I have my economist that is that is working with me for over 5 years now. That has helped me with all the other companies and is still helping me on these other projects. And I have many users from the community that then became people that are actually helping me on the project. So I would say developing directly, so writing code, it's only me, but the rest of the stuff, so the business side, the marketing side, it's also on other people. Yeah.
So I see that you had you're now a cognition ambassador. What kind of resources is available to you because of that? You also have yeah. Also, I read that you're also working sort of with Devon AI, but not really sure, what the relationship is there. But definitely give us a little bit of details around the ambassadorship and how that helps you build out Spectra.
Well, as we said before, the most important part of an AI agent orchestrator is the AI agents. And one of the best engineering agent is Devin AI as of now. Um, and I'm using Devin to handle most of the engineering tasks, very complex tasks, through Spectro. So Spectro just takes a task, analyzes it, understands what it needs to be done, and if a task is too big to be performed on a machine or something like that, and if you have the availability to pass it through Devin, it goes directly to Devin. Devin gets it done, and then it goes back to you. So Devin is working with Spectro alongside as another agent, basically. The features I'm getting, like the feature I get as an ambassador, and as I've been an ambassador for other companies, it's basically that you get exclusive features only for you. You have a specific integration you can do, and also the most important part is that you get a certain amount of free credits, so you can develop stuff even before releasing it to the public.
Awesome. Very nice. Very nice. Um, Let me see here. There's also something around the API that I wanted to ask you a little bit about. You know, give us some details on the API, what that gives you access to, how can users use the API, and if that's actively being used now.
Uh, Sorry, what do you mean by API? Like,
So I know that I saw that there was some sort of like API integration where perhaps someone can build can kind of use the API and build that into something else that they're building on their own. Not sure if that's something that that's already being used or
Is
what
that
have you.
this here, Chill? Where
Yes.
the managing API? Yeah, maybe just explain this.
oh
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, got it. So basically, if you use, for example, open code, you need to paste the API keys, and it's kind of messy. Like, you actually need to have a developer account. You need to pay a fee, and that's a bit um, sluggish to use, to be honest. So what I'm working on is removing the friction of adding an API key completely. So you no more need to uh, add an API key, hope that it works, test it, try again, storing safely, hoping that it saves the information in a safe way. And in the next iteration, so as soon as the marketplace is launched, uh, the login feature will completely remove the API need. So you will no more need to connect an API key to make it work. You, if you want, you can still do it if you want a specific for a specific reason, do that. But you can also not do it and log in, pay a flat fee. So let's say, I don't know, €5 a month or €20 a month, and everything just works in a more safe way. And yeah, that's basically it.
Okay.
We actually had a fun question in the community. Pamadiji says, "Do you use Spectro to write the Spectro code?"
Actually, yeah, that's something I do. And if you check the GitHub behind Spectro, you see that most of the commits are written by Spectro, because I started testing that, because I saw that Cloud Code were using Claude to write Cloud Code. So I said, why don't I just do it? Because at the end of the day, who knows the code base better than the machine itself?
Yeah.
So I just tested it and it works flawlessly.
I'm
So
bullish on AI that builds itself, to be honest with you. So
yeah,
yeah.
the reply is yes. Spectro
Yeah.
writes Spectro code.
So we
Got
have
it.
to wrap here, but I did want to just ask like what the revenue model is here. So you have like people who can buy flat fee. There's obviously the token trading fees and stuff like that. But like, is there some sort of marketplace revenue model or something that you could just quickly tap on? And we have like 1 minute on it.
Yeah, I mean, the main revenue are coming from the subscriptions and also by the deals that we can manage to buy the tokens for a cheaper price, especially with the marketplace. Then we take a fee out of the selling and commissions, everything related to that. So the revenue are coming from fees, trading fees, marketplace fees, selling fees, also the subscriptions, and yeah, that's basically it.
You have payments there. 30 seconds. What are payments in the context of your platform?
Well, you can pay obviously with Spectro, you can pay with Solana itself, USDC, and if you want, you can pay with fiat through Google Pay, Apple Pay, Stripe, PayPal, whatever.
Okay, Carlo, this was great. I think, if I were to just give you a little bit of feedback or some ideas, I think like your thesis or the key insight was this: it only takes 50 megabytes of RAM to run in an AI, and then you can have 100 of them on a normal computer. Like, hammer down on that messaging. I think that's what really sets you and your project apart. And the key with all these things is like just messaging, getting a narrative out there, and like people will coalesce around that. So, but yeah, we'll keep in touch, and you can join the show maybe when your marketplace launches and the token is integrated. We'd love to catch up then.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Carlo.
Carlo, it's been a pleasure. Till next time.
Thank you, guys. Bye bye.
All right.
Awesome.
I'm in Crypto Jones. I'm just gonna throw this one out because I think it's a little funny, but it gives me GST vibes. But built by an actual dev instead of, I'm not even gonna say it.
That's crazy.
That's crazy, yo. That's actually hilarious.
Oh my goodness.
Man.
But no, one thing I do like about that, we'll do takeaways after, but I really
Yeah.
like the token utility.
Yeah.
But we have Mo coming on here in just a moment from Decant.fi. So we'll tee that one up, and then we'll get back to that one on Crypto Jones. But yeah, we'll do some takeaways here after we finish up with the interviews. But let's go ahead and talk about Decant.fi, the first continuous prediction market ever built on top of Solana. Mo, how are you? Welcome to the show.
GM everyone. How you doing?
Good.
Doing well. Good to see you. Glad that you're able to join the show. I mean, excited to talk a little bit about the prediction market space overall, and more specifically about Decant.fi. But let's start with you for a moment here. Talk about your background. Are you crypto native? Have you been here for a while, or let's give me the lowdown? What's your story?
So I've joined this space since 2021. So my role was to act as a BD with different networks like L1 and L2s. And after a few years of experience of the BD side on the networks, I find out that I have to build my own, product and the startup, because I really wanted to build something in this space. Always really love to kind of do something around this space and build something out with the people that I really love to work with. So after a few years of working with different networks, with different teams, coaching them and helping them to grow faster, we finally find a few people to work together, and we were crazy to start real and crazy start building crazy stories, new market primitives, and also something else. So after a few months of building together, talking together, sharing each other's stories with each other, we find out that we have a niche here, and we have to start exploring how we can add some benefits to the space, how we can help the space grow faster, how we can bring more TradFi people into the crypto space. Because one of the lacks that I was always seeing in the crypto space was that we are really good at building things to get attention from other people that are not crypto native, but we were not good for make sure that they're going to stay here in this space because of the lack of tools, because lack of great projects, and a lot of different reasons. So after a few months, we start building Decant. From day zero. We really didn't know that it's gonna be like this, that we have it right now. But I'm gonna share more on the story side and why we are here and what we're building here. But till I wanted to chat more about the prediction market industry, and I wanted to give more details on what different mechanism that we have here, because on my point of view, we're going to have new market primitives on the market, and I wanted to make sure that I'm going to share enough data on those new market primitives and also the ideas and thesis behind them. And finally, by end of the the space, people don't think of prediction market as just Kalshi and poly market.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, let's start there then. Let's talk about just the prediction market space overall. How do you see it? I mean, many people think that we're still pretty early in the adoption of prediction markets. Maybe, like you mentioned, there's new primitives that are to be explored in that space
Right.
too. How are you looking at that? That sector overall.
Right. Actually, I just made a presentation to share it a bit easier.
Sure,
So
you can. Yeah, absolutely. We'd love for you to do.
Mo,
Right.
you are the second person to come on this show and actually have a presentation. And I appreciated the first founder that did it because it just showed a level of preparation that was really nice to see. So
what is it, Somo that came on with
I think so.
He's my co-founder. That's a funniest story. He's my co-founder right now.
There's no way.
We're both coming from BD side, so we know how to talk about things in an easy way and make sure people understand what we're talking about. So maybe that's the reason.
Let's get into it. We have a hard stop at 1 p.m. for the next segment, so just keep an eye on the clock.
Sure. So to start, I want to say that when someone says prediction market, maybe a lot of people think of poly market and Kalshi these days, and maybe both. So I want to say that that's not wrong, because poly market and Kalshi move billions in volume and also have a lot of users, and and there are the things that people screenshot during elections maybe, and also the thing that show up on the cable news. But poly market and Kalshi run a mechanism called binary markets. So it's going to be like yes or no. Will Trump win? Will the Fed cut rates? Will it rain in Dubai, for example? That's one mechanism, and there are at least 11 others. But most builders in this space don't know they exist, and most users don't. And even most VCs allocating into this field basically work with two boxes: poly market clone or not poly market clone. So that's the resolution most people operating at. And when we start building the cans, we had this exact problem. Every time we found a new mechanism, we had to start from zero, read papers, go through docs, and maybe understand the math behind it, and compare it with anything else that we had on the space. And after a few months, we find out that we have 120 platforms with 12 different mechanisms, and all connected together in we can say weird way. And so we cleaned it up and released it publicly a few days ago as a PM Atlas. So, and this talk is basically the facts and the data behind the map and more insight on new market primitive. So the most important thing we learned was that these mechanisms are not competing with each other. So they exist because belief have different shapes. So sometimes your belief is simple. Will this happen? Yes or no? Maybe sometimes it's like, how much will this happen? Sometimes it's kind of be like, what if we make this decision, for example. So that's what new market primitives are really about. So it's about better ways to express your beliefs. So today we wanted to walk through like 7 of them, which are the most important ones. And we can talk more about Deacon by end of the slides. So the first one that I wanted to start with is binary markets, as I mentioned. So this is the default prediction market primitives. The idea is really simple because you can create a question with 2 possible outcomes, yes or no, and each side has a price. And the price represents the market's probability. For example, if yes is trading at like 65 cents, the market is basically saying that there's roughly a 65% chance this happen, right? So that's the magic behind binary markets. They turn collective information into a single number. And that's why polymarket exploded, in my opinion. That's why this mechanism became the entry point for millions of users. It is simple, it is understandable, and it really works. But there is one problem here, and the problem is that real life usually is not binary. So imagine if I ask you, where will BTC be in next month, for example? You don't answer like exactly 100K. People answer it like above 100K or like in the range of 90K, for example, to 100K, but most confidence around 95, for example. That's how people answer this question. But binary markets take all of that nuance and compress it into yes or no. They are powerful, but they're only first primitives. All right. So, if we take this mechanism and put it a regulatory stamp on it, that's the next, mechanism that we have right now, which is event contract. So it's still yes or no, and still probability as price. The difference is the environment around it, like fiat rails, compliance, and also regulatory approval. This is where companies like Cash live. And recently, we will start seeing traditional finance enter this category, like Robinhood. And the reason is a regulation unlike distribution. That's the whole point. And regulated market can access user and institution that crypto native markets cannot. But on the other side, we have the trade-off, which is the regulator decide what market can exist. So you gain trust and distribution, but lose some openness here. So that's the challenge.
And that's
here.
because UMA is the oracle for the other binary events. And then the regulators said, hey, we want to know what your contract exactly is, which is similar to how they do it for like commodities and stuff like that. Okay.
Exactly. That's the point. So we always have trade-off working with event contracts in any sort of protocols or any products. And the trade-off is that you are going to lose some openness here. So you're not going to be able to do everything or scale very fast. You have to be careful about all the action that you're going to have, right? So that's the a trade-off here. But so far these 2 mechanisms that we discussed about had the same limitation. You have to pick a side, yes or no. So let's get back to the Bitcoin question. Imagine if I ask, where does Bitcoin close at the end of the month? Your belief really is not above 100K or below 100K. Your mental model is probably closer to most likely somewhere around 95K, as I mentioned. That's where a scalar market come in. So instead of creating one yes or no market, you split the possible outcome into ranges, like 80 to 90, 90 to 100, 100 to 110. So each range becomes its own outcome. And now we're not asking, will something happen? We're asking, where will something land, right? So that's a huge step forward if you wanted to compare it with binary markets, because for the first time, the market starts looking like a distribution. But there are still some problems. For example, if I wanted to be quick on that, someone else chooses the buckets. If your belief is more precise than those buckets, you lose information, or liquidity get fragmented. So instead of one market, you split liquidity and attention in many different buckets and outcomes. But they are still a better fit for financial markets, maybe, or maybe we can say quantitative markets, rather comparing with the binary markets. But if you wanted to, decision market, if you talk about three new markets that we are having right now on the crypto, we can have some discussion regarding decision market. One of the most, I would say, smart mechanism that we have in this space. So, and on one of the actually hardest to make work. So you trade the consensus of a decision before you actually make it. So two parallel markets, one assume the decision goes yes, the other assumes it's going to be go no. So both price some downstream outcome. So if we ship, for example, feature X, what happened to monthly revenue? If we don't, what happened? Both market exists, both have traders, both have prices. So the difference between those prices is the market view of the counterfactual. So information you literally cannot get any other way. So the payout structure has an important behavior. Only one branch ever realizes. So all position in other branch are voided and refunded, and traders on realized branch get paid based on the actual outcome. So this means two branches behave more like a conditional claims than like independent markets. So the market that doesn't happen never settles. So applied it to governance, this is futarchy. So Robin Hanson proposed it like in early 2000s, and instead of voting on policies, vote on the values you want to maximize, and then let conditional market pick the policy that best achieves them, right?
And so, this example is just the two lines, one's yes, one's no for a proposal settlement, and then they trade at different prices, and based on which one you're buying and selling, exactly, the proposal happens. That's how. Okay.
Yes, and right now Metadao is most serious live attempt at futarchy, right? So they're running real DAO governance decision through conditional markets. So real money, real proposal, and real consequences. And decision market introduced multiple possible futures, and we have a market called a multiverse market. Which takes that idea even further, because reality isn't a list of independent events. Everything is connected together. So the closest familiar concept is parlays. If A win and B win and C wins, what's the combined payouts? Multiverse market actually generalized that to arbitrary conditional structure across any event types with price on every branch. So you can express joint distribution over for example, branching futures. So Trump wins and rates gets cut, or Trump wins and rates stay flat, or Harris wins, for example, and rate gets cut. So each branch priced separately, and the joint probability have to add up here. So the real
right, because two branches could be right. Is that like Harris could win, but she doesn't cut rates versus cuts rates? Is that true, or?
Yes, that's how it's worked. For example, if you believe, for example, Trump gonna do X, and if it's gonna happen, it's gonna have side effect on another things. You can match these two together, and you can bet on your conviction in a real way. Because everything is connected to each other, and each action has its own consequences here. So you can use multiverse markets, and already a lot of builders working on these markets. Like we have a Litecoin, we have Proof Market, and we have a few more like ETH Market that are building this category here. And most actual insight people have about the word, are correlation insight. For example, if recession, then rate cuts. Or if the election goes left, then this sector outperform, right? So a market that can only price isolated yes or no question throws all of that away. That's the whole concept behind it. And multiverse market price events in the world that condition each other. For example, the next mechanism that we wanted to price a different kind of event entirely. But if you wanted to say that where we are heading right now on the multiverse market is that that we are solving a challenge that we always had on real world. Because if we wanted to say that, for example, I have a conviction on Trump gonna do an action, and that action gonna have some consequences, why should I get payout for knowing all this together? And why shouldn't I get paid because I know the consequences and I can value each of them, and I can value which one can happen based on the first action that we are talking about. So that's the whole thesis behind multiverse market. And the next category that we wanted to talk about is information markets. So it's kind of changing the question completely. And for example, I wanted to talk about it with an example here. I have a company, Decant, and I wanted to hire some, marketer here. So I'm gonna start a kind of market with like, who should I hire into Decant? And people start adding their names. They start getting the votes, and they start, talking about who's gonna win, who should win, and all other stuff, right? So we have a great example right now, which is Benchmarket, if you can check it out. So it's kind of helping people to create markets on those markets that we cannot directly convert into the number, or they're not considered as a quantitative, markets. For example, they have an active market right now on who's gonna win the Coliseum hackathon, right? So people can, convert their information into real market, and they can leverage it to do stuff, do decisions. It's kind of the same thesis with the decision market, but it's for different use cases and for different types of markets. But the way that we are thinking about all of this, market, is that they're not fighting together. They're not trying to, win the market from each other, but they're trying to give people more ways to, trade their belief, trade their conviction, and convert their, analysis or conviction into a real trade that they can, get payout based on their, their conviction on the first slide. So on the next slide, I wanted to chat more about continuous market. It's the final category that we have here, and this is where Decant's live actually right now. So if you look back at everything we covered, you can see a pattern. So every new primitives give people more expressive power, like binary market, give it pick a side, a scalar market, say pick a range, decision market, say pick a future, for example, multiple markets, say pick a path. But there is still one thing missing. None of them actually let you express the thing that you actually have in your head, a belief, right? So because humans don't neutrally think in contracts, we don't neutrally think in buckets, we think in distribution. So let's use the same Bitcoin example here. So if I ask you again, what will the price of Bitcoin by end of the next month, your brain doesn't say exactly 100K, as I mentioned. Your brain creates a probability map. Maybe you think most likely around 95, but 90K is possible too, 110 is possible too, but you have more confidence like on 95K. And that's what we call distribution. That's how people actually think. So continuous market turn that directly into a market. So instead of choosing yes or no, instead of choosing a bucket, you just draw a curve, and the peak represent what you believe is mostly likely. So in the example that I'm sharing here, you can see a curve here with one peak in it, and the peak is showing your where you have most confidence in those numbers or in those range, right? So I'll be sure.
Like when you're placing this type of trade, and I understand what you're doing here, and you're dialing the curve over, like, are you placing your money or your bets or your chips, let's say, in those buckets, in those bins that are under that curve? Is that correct?
So we have different models for distribution market or continuous market, which the first one, as you mentioned, is beans. So you divide the whole market into different beans, and divide the liquidity into them based on the user position and curves. That's just one of the way that you can express the curve. And another one is that we are working on is removing the beans from the market completely and use a new math model and economic model. Because if you wanted to be, we can say logical here, by dividing the whole liquidity into the beans, you're going to add the slippage. You're going to fragment the liquidity by the end of the day, right? That's not going to solve the whole problem that we have here. But right now we are working on the new model, which is trying to remove the whole beans model and introduce a new math model behind it with a new AMM model to cover the whole process without fragmenting the liquidity here. So if I have a time, I would love to share a demo on the product so we can have a better way of view. And another thing that people
I would say you have 6 minutes. 6 minutes.
That's cool. That's cool. I would love to share my screen here. Give me a sec.
And we also want to talk a bit about Decan itself, like the business when it's launching, what you want users to do. Do you want them to trade, etc.?
So this is, I wanted to cover that part exactly. I shared my screen. I'm not sure if it's
you might have to share a tab or a window. So you can, oh yeah, wait, I see.
I already shared. All right.
Perfect.
So this is a demo that we are trying to share with our early users. So basically what we are trying to do is to make sure users are going to have an access to the distribution market with really easy UX. So you just need to, for example, open one market that you want to interact with and build your curve, for example, in the center that you want it to, easy as just drawing it and, configure it here. And you just enter the amount here. For example, I wanted to, put $100 here and build this curve. And this curve itself is going to be your position here. So it's going to be one curve, one position, and you can manage all these, distribution through one curve and one position. It's not going to divert your liquidity, and also it's not going to fragment the liquidity in the way that the Beans model is doing right now. So, and also it's, if I wanted to open up a position, I can just sell it anytime that I wanted to. So it's going to be really easy to handle the whole process. And what is the current stage of the product, if I wanted to mention that, is that we just launched 2 weeks ago in a private demo that we are sharing with just 30 people to make sure we are shaping the product in the right way. Because the target people that we have in our mind are the people that are trying to find the financial tool model using the PM industry, mostly regarding the option trading and also hedging their position, and also some similar use cases. And right now we are trying to shape the UX and the product itself. As you can see, this is just the demo version of what we are trying to build and what we are share with early users. And it's just easy as I mentioned, creating a curve and just show your range, draw the curve, and just enter the amounts, and you can see the peak payout and peak profit that you can have with this curve that you're creating. And that's it. That's going to be very easy to find the way to convert your whole belief into real trade.
And so when the market resolves in 30 days and you are kind of, the prices on that one side of that curve or the very middle, you get all the money that's, like, how do I understand it? Do you get all the money that's on that part of the curve, or?
Right. That's a good question. So basically here, for example, if we say the resolution pair is going to be here, exactly the same place that I put my center here. So the way that it works is that we have a concept of, confidence in each range or in each point and in each price. So people got paid by how their confidence was on that price. And so people get paid by closeness, not just by being in the right way. So for example, if the price are gonna settle on 500 and my conviction was like the range between 450 or onto 550, and my confidence was on the 500, I got paid more than all other users. But the payout system is like, the way that we design it is to make sure people that were close to the deadline price or the resolution price going to get paid by their closeness. So it's real distribution curve payouts, and it depends on your confidence on those price and those resolution price that we have on the end of the market.
Got it. Okay. And then the confidence, when you go very sure to uncertain, is that make the curve more shallow or steep? Can you just toggle that? I just want to see what it does.
So for example, this is the curve that you wanted to have. So if you're super confident on the price that you have in your mind, you go sharper. and this show that your payout going to be much higher because you're putting more confidence on those ranges. But if you are not sure and maybe you wanted to hedge your position, other position that you have in other platform or anywhere else, you go wider and you use this curve to hedge your position based on the range that you wanted to and based on the confidence that you wanted to have in each range, for example. So the way that you're thinking of it is to make it easy for option traders to have a really easier UX to interact with the markets, and also for retail users, we wanted to introduce a way to have a real way to convert their belief shape into real trade. So right now, the binary markets force you into yes or no boxes, and you get paid nothing by missing by a hair, right? So these are the two main problem and the pain point that the people are interacting with binary markets are seeing right now, and we're trying to solve both of them with the concept of distribution market that we are working on, or continuous market.
Got it. Mo, we got to wrap here. What is the call to action here? You want traders to join the beta. Will you do a token at some point for this? Like, what's your plans?
Yeah, sure. So right now we don't think about the token, but we are onboarding as many as trader that we can. So if you're a trader or if you're quant traders or option traders, just feel free to reach out to me or maybe sign up for a waitlist on their website. And we would love to onboard as many as trader as we can, because it's going to help us to shape the product in a better way. And for sure, every contribution matters to us.
Got it. All right, I'm just checking chat real quick. This is great, but winning may confuse people. So making that super clear. This looks like DL Ming for prediction markets. Yeah, that's what I thought, Crypto Jones, with the DIN thing. But yeah, it does. Payouts are curve dependent as well. I think, I don't really understand my risk versus like what my payout is. Whereas like, yes or no, it's like, oh, I know if I buy it at 50 cents, sell it at $1, I make, that 50 cents per whatever shares that I have.
Right.
Okay. And then really quick, Suren, you're planning to keep this tech to your own platform, or do you see it as being integrated to a larger, more established platforms? Maybe just this question, and you have 30 seconds.
So basically, I don't want to answer this question because we're already trying both sides. So let's see what's going to happen. But I would say that new market primitives can do much more for people that we call them crypto native, and also bring more TradFi people into the crypto. And as a builder in this industry, I'm just trying my best to make sure we're going to reach those theses and make sure we're going to be able to have internal capital market thesis on crypto.
Got it. All right, Mo, we're going to keep an eye on this one. I think I got a little education. You educated me. I didn't know about all the different markets and whatnot. So
sure. I'm going to share the slide on my Twitter if you wanted to see it maybe later.
Yes, I'm pretty sure people will want to follow up on that. So awesome.
Mo, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for joining the show today.
Guys. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
And thank you for the presentation and demo. Two things that most don't come with. So,
and I learned something today about the different markets. So
I appreciate it.
But we appreciate you. Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Looking forward to having you back here soon. You have a good day.
Sure.
Thanks for joining us.
Bye-bye.
All right. We're going to run next segment. Sorry, let's just tee it up real quick. And then we'll get a lock on here.
Yep. So we have Evo.
Evo. I am Evo. I don't know.
Evo. Not really. I think about the car, the Mitsubishi Evo.
Evo. Same.
Either way, anywho. But it's basically looks like this protocol is auto research, for agents. Let me pull up their Twitter here. Here is the Twitter here.
And they have a CA in their thing. Let's do a quick look at that real quick as well.
Got you. So here's their Twitter. Auto research for code, agents, and skills, discover metrics, run experiments, and keep improving. I mean, from what it sounds like, it sounds like it's more of like a research layer. If I'm going off of just the words. Here's the chart. Had some nice momentum on launch. losing a level or two here, but let's see if this is something that we can maybe put on a watch list and keep a track of. I know there's stuff like Litcoin and Nook; those are also research related. So I want to see like what the specific pieces of the protocol makes this different than other projects that kind of have tried to do the same thing. So yeah, but gonna be an interesting interview here. Excited to dig in. Let's go ahead and pull up Alec, and hopefully I'm pronouncing that right.
Yeah, you got it correct.
Alec, good to
Hey
meet you.
boys, good
And
to be here. Yeah.
absolutely,
Pleasure.
absolutely. Welcome to the show. So Alec, talk to us a little bit about for sure. We want to get into and is it Evo?
Yes,
Evo.
that's it.
Yeah. Okay. We were just me and Josh had a little back and forth there
So
trying to.
I'm notorious for like correcting Dom's like enunciation on stuff. Not to be that guy, but Evo,
So
Evo, let's go.
yeah, we had to sort that out before we even started this interview. But glad that we got that done. Let's start with your background though, Alec. We know that
And
we
what is auto research as well? Background and what
yes.
is auto research?
Got it. So very recently I was a VC, so I used to work with early stage companies and used to invest in pre-seed and seed stage companies. So in my track record, I have like 15 investments over the past 3 years, of which six have gone on to raise Series A, to Series Bs, and I prefer to be like the first guy backing them, right? Before that, I was a technical operator. I used to look at a tech for a Japanese AI company. So we had the privilege to sort of deploy smart cameras and AI across Japan, Southeast Asia, Middle East, across manufacturing, construction, retail, right? Over 10,000 plus sites. So I think that's a bit of a background about me. Evo and what auto research is, right? I would sort of underline this with the two trends that are happening right now. First of all, agents can work a lot longer. So there's this very famous meter evals, right, where they say that every 6 months the capability of how long task an agent can do is sort of doubling every 6 months. So agents can work for longer and they are getting better and smarter, right? So if you sort of combine this sort of underlying trend, you think about it, you can assign an agent to sort of take care of a particular metric for you, right? So I can just say a background always on agent to sort of, oh, go be always on and figure out how can I improve this particular KPI. It could be a website conversion, it could be my loading page, loading speed, whatever it is, right? And the agent sort of tries everything out there, turns on a bit of knobs and figures out exactly what changes it can make to sort of make whatever metrics that you want to make better, right? So I think in a condensed manner, agent tries a bunch of stuff and figures out what sort of makes it tech, right? I think that's basically what auto research is.
So if I understand this correctly, the previous world is I'd need to prompt an agent, hey, optimize my SEO and go tell it to do that. But what you're saying is there's a way I could say, hey, optimize my SEO, set that agent off to work, and then it will optimize that forever. Basically just always on, always optimizing, and I don't need to intervene. That's what auto research is.
Yes, and that's the world we believe in. Like, I believe that there's going to be always on 24/7 agents that will be attributed to a very particular metric, and they just sort of are autistic about sort of making any sort of changes they can to sort of make that better for you.
Wow. Okay. Chill. Go ahead. My mind's blown actually by that. That's a cool thing to do.
And I think that's a realistic. I think that's a realistic worldview. I mean, talk to us a little bit about just what Evo innovates on, right? Like what exactly makes this different than just spinning up my own agent that stays on forever.
Got it. First of all, Evo works. It's super easy to set up. The reason I think I'll talk a bit about traction as well. But Evo is easy for any sort of engineer to sort of set it up. It can work on your Cloud Code, Cortex, or any sort of agents that you may have, and it works with you to sort of does auto research in very two simple ways, right? First of all, it will sort of work with you, sort of establish the metrics. We call it like the discovery phase, where it will sort of take a look at your entire code and the system that you have, and let you know, okay, you know what? I think these are the three metrics that you should really care about, but I'm open to ideas. So whatever metrics, and you work with Evo to sort of figure out what the metrics are, and more importantly, what the guardrails or the gates are, right? You don't want to be sort of making changes to improve one metric at the expense of something else or some other aspect of your product, right? So you establish the gates, you establish what metrics you want, and that's it. So that's like step one. And step two is basically Evo does its own magic, right? It sort of spins agents in parallel. It sort of figures out, does research, figures out what to sort of optimize, and then sort of after a day or a week or however long that process is, it sort of comes back and with a improved system for you. I think that's basically what Evo does in like a nutshell.
Okay, so it seems pretty straightforward. Here's my question though. Like I know there's, hallucination, there's memory, there's all these different components that go into, making all of this possible. How are you guys thinking about or even building out, infrastructure for that? Are you guys outsourcing that? Talk to me a little bit about that.
Yeah, so that's where the meat of the pie is, right? Like you have to figure out guardrails, you have to figure out like layers that sort of keep it grounded and sort of make it work, right? So we have mechanisms inside us, like how do we sort of orchestrate the agents? How do we sort of record a scratchpad of ideas tried, not tried? How did it work? Whether there's some other stuff that we can do, how do we do research, right? A bunch of other stuff that sort of comes as an orchestration layer around Evo that sort of helps us do research a lot better. So the point being, like, agents can work. I mean, you can run your Cortex or Claude on 24/7, but then for a fact that they are going to hallucinate after like the context compresses. They are going to lose a bunch of stuff. Evo basically helps prevent all of that and sort of guides the agent towards doing and identifying the metric that it should really work towards.
Interesting. Now you mentioned that you were going to talk a little bit about your traction. I don't know, at what stage product wise you guys are at. Talk to us. Are you in beta? Are you live?
So Evo started as an open source project, like from day one itself, right? And I think it's only almost been like 5 weeks since we launched. And I think so far, I think we have had over 800 plus stars on GitHub. Around 10,000 plus projects have been sort of optimized sort of by using Evo.
800,000?
8,000, sorry.
Oh, 8,000. Okay, sorry. I just want to get these numbers accurate. Can you just restate them, please?
Yeah. So the launch was five weeks back. So there was 800 plus stars on GitHub, right? And then 10,000 plus projects, individual projects have been optimized. So someone somewhere has run Evo optimized on 10,000 plus projects, right? So that's like the crux of it. And I think it has been individually downloaded on around over 4,000 machines. So basically over 4,000 developers. I think that's where the numbers lie.
Interesting. And if you can tell me a little, like how are they finding this solution? Like, are you guys putting it out there? Is there some marketing that you're doing, or are they just they're coming in, they're seeing this on GitHub, they're seeing that it's open source, it's easy to plug in, and they just kind of make use of it on their own and find value in it? How is it getting out there?
Yeah, a lot of it has been word of mouth, to be honest. And in fact,
Wow.
A lot of it has found traction a lot amongst research community because they love what Evo is doing for enabling it for them. But yeah, and a lot of marketing so far, at least, has been founder-led, which is me, over most of my X posts. So I think that's also been like a significant funnel of how people find Evo. Yeah.
Wow. I mean, 4,000 developers by word of mouth. That's pretty explosive. For it being word of mouth. That's actually very impressive. Talk to me a little bit about go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is there any standout like use cases or standout kind of examples of it being implemented and then creating some sort of value for the developer?
Yeah. So as I said, like around 4,000 plus developers have tried it out, and you just get a lot of crazy data around, like when you sort of talk with this many number of people, right? And people are finding interesting use cases. I think the use case that I am most proud of would be that, some professors working in genome sequencing have used Evo to get like state of the art research models out there. I mean, someone had mailed me that the model that they got out of Evo is like 5% of the compute that they had previously and is still better than what they had, right? So like imagine like you get to like 95% reduction in cost, but you still sort of match the improvement, right? So that's like one of the most wholesome thing that I sort of heard. But yeah, a lot of people tried for different stuff. So people tried to improve the latency of the systems, the speed of the systems. A lot of HFTs actually are trying it right now because a lot of these metrics are really important for them. People use it to sort of improve the agents and the models because Evo can recursively improve whatever agentic configuration that you sort of may have or skills that you may have. So yeah, I think it's been like a wide use cases that I'm sort of seeing right now at the moment. Yeah.
You said it recursively improves. Is that what you just mentioned?
Yeah.
Explain that a little bit.
So imagine your agent's abilities is like it's basically made up of a few things, right? One is of course the model itself. Then you have the harness around the model, and then some maybe some sort of feedback loop that you may have. The model, of course, decides like the base capabilities of your like whatever system that you come up with. But the harness around it is also really important, which is why you hear a lot about people using skills, right? So they use skills for very specific task, or they sort of route that decides the routability of that particular model. So what Evo does is like you have, let's say, this system, right? You have the model, you have the skills, and a bunch of other stuff. Evo can take a look at it. It can take a look at your evals data that you may have, and it can sort of tweak. It can tweak your skills a bit to sort of figure out, oh, what can I get a bit better at whatever use case that I may have, right? And people have tried it. In fact, I've also written about it very recently, where we took a super hard data set, right? Where Claude Code used to get like 5 by 20 of the problems. And we sort of just with Evo for like 50, 60 experiments, the 5 became 11, right? So it's like almost double the accuracy performance of that particular agentic systems in that particular task. So I think that's what is very interesting. So because you sort of recursively figure out if I make a certain change, and if that change makes it better, I can sort of use it again to sort of make a new one.
Darth has a question here. Does it work similar to running a goal command with a specific criteria plus eval in Claude Code?
Right. So I think, sorry, I think my network is a bit off, but I would say goal is very broad, right? And there's a possibility of goal going haywire. So you come back after 24 hours or 48 hours or whatever it is, and you find that it has done a lot of stuff that you don't really have to. The concept is similar, like in the sense that we enable long horizon tasks, but we are very structured in the sense of what exactly we enable, right? So for example, one of the things that Evo does is like we do not really change your code in the Git. We create separate sandboxes where changes are made, so that none of your production system ever gets affected, even if things go wrong, right? So which is really important for any of us. So yeah, it's very similar to goal, but I would say it's better if you have a very specific objective that you want to improve on. If you have a greenfield activity, like I want to build out a certain feature, sure, Evo is not meant for that. Evo is for systems that are already there, and I just want to keep on making it better.
Got it.
Got it.
So I can see easily. I can easily see it help work in protein fold research with Clarity Protos. Okay, I think that. Okay. Oh, this is basically. So maybe talk to me about this, because other developers might be able to use this kind of stuff in, like you talked about genome. So we've had some like Clarity Protocol is like protein folding. They're working on protein folding. I guess like. Maybe what I'm trying to understand is just where the value is created in these frameworks. Like we've seen a lot of these kind of come through, and they do a bunch of different, they optimize a bunch of different things, whether it be research, whether it be tasks, whether it be project management, etc. But like, how do you turn that into something that's valuable, going from open source to something valuable, something that, and then we'll get to the token itself in a minute here. But maybe just start with that. How do you turn this into something that's more of like a business or values being created here?
Got it. No, it's a very valid question, and this is something that I am doing the discovery of right now. So there's multiple ways of looking at it, right? One is, of course, there's always an activation barrier for people in companies to sort of use this sort of systems, right? Like even if you put Claude Code in the hand of every employee out there, there's going to be a distribution of folks. Some would be power users, some will not be, right? I think what auto research systems do is like it just brings down that activation energy a lot down, right? You don't have to do a lot. You just sort of have to tell it, okay, this is my KPI and that's it. Go wild on it, right? So one way of sort of looking at how Evo evolves is like maybe down the line, I sort of own a particular KPI for a certain company, right? It could be anything, like maybe for a large consumer internet company, it could be the latency, it could be even traffic, whatever it is, right? So I own a very specific KPI. And the broader way of looking at it is, okay, I just enable research to get faster, right? I'm seeing a lot of traction amongst biochemists and the kind of folks that I sort of mentioned. Maybe that is the way, right? Maybe that's what Evo may end up being.
Right. And so is Evo like a product, like how, when I say, hey, optimize my thing, am I typing that into what am I putting that in a terminal that Evo has developed or you have? Like, what's the mechanically, how do I actually interact with it?
So right now it can plug into your Cloud Code, Codex, whatever, right? So
Okay.
that's, I think, the GTM motion that we have sort of tried to sort of bring in. Like we build specific plugins that sort of steer Cloud Code and Codex to sort of work the way we want as per Evo standards. Down the line, of course, we would have our own platform, so you don't have to be a developer to sort of start using it. So you could just sort of go to a platform and then figure out what all data you have, and it automatically can tell you the KPIs. I think that's a very near-term platform that you're building out. But right now, if you have to use Evo, yeah, you can use it via Cloud Code, Codex, Hermes, Pi. We have got like integrations all around.
When you think of like open source projects, historically, and correct me if I'm wrong, historically they haven't really been able, you haven't been able to get any revenue off of this, right? Now we have this token model where you can integrate the token, you can even fundraise through it through things like creator fees and all these. You have this sort of like fundraising mechanism through tokenization. How do you feel? How do you feel like that tokenization aspect of things, does that help open source projects? Does that encourage them to be made, or do you think that acts more of as a headwind?
No, I'm a big fan. So I mean, I got into this space very recently after a token was created for Evo, right? And I think I love it. I love the fact that independent open source developers can get value directly based on the product itself, right? And I'm a big fan of that. But coming back to sort of Evo's potential, right? I think Evo, it's, as I said, there's a lot of activation barriers for people to use auto research. Even if I give it for free, I can assure you, I've talked with CXOs. Even if right now Evo is free, none of all the employees will not try it at all, because there's always some sort of a barrier that sort of prevents people from trying out new things or sort of even getting to learn it, right? So selling it to them becomes absolutely essential. So I think that's sort of what my positioning is going to be, right? We are going to sell to companies, and I'm very serious about it. But yeah, token helps, and we'll figure out. There's a lot of ideas that I have. A lot of working with the community in terms of what the utility of the token itself will be.
We have a few minutes left. Let's talk about, sorry, Chill, go ahead if you want to finish off.
Last question. I mean, we see a lot, you might have, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the Build in Public Pump Fund Hackathon. But we see a lot of the winners of that hackathon. They're doing things like ace rounds. They're fundraising through that mechanism. Do you feel like that's something that's really valuable? Not you don't have to get into if that's a conversation you're having, but just generally speaking, do you think that's a really good fundraising mechanism for these token projects?
No, I absolutely like that concept, because I think if you get fees or value out of a particular project, it's only valid that whoever sort of enabled that gets certain value out of it, and they grow along with you, right? The ecosystem as a whole. So I'm a big believer.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Josh, I know you had some follow-up.
Yeah, I was going to ask, did you launch the token or was it launched for you? And just how do you see the token playing a role here? You kind of talked a bit about, ethos value line, but is there some other way that the token plays a role?
Right. So I did not launch the token. I think the way Banker works is probably anyone can sort of launch a token for you. So I did accept that token. I think there are lots of ideas that we have. Like I have a few folks who sort of, like people of users of Evo and a bunch of other folks, where we sort of figure out like how do we sort of really enable that flywheel effect, right? And there's a few ideas sort of bouncing around. One, the obvious, most interesting idea is, okay, can we sort of make a distributed auto research, right? Because there's a lot of teams that are sort of trying to optimize the same thing. Like, if your agent sort of gets there faster, or if there's something that the agent generates that sort of enables that discovery, like, can we sort of give you value for that? It could be an Evo token or something else, right? So yeah, I think that's like one very interesting thing. And as Chill said, ace round is also something that I'm seriously considering.
Okay, very cool. I think maybe just team, who else is working on this? Is it just you as a solo dev, or do you have people that you're working with?
So for a long time, I was the solo dev. I think very recently we are gonna get a few folks who are gonna be used to sort of deploy Evo in certain companies. So it's like the FDE model where we are sort of trying to experiment of how we can sort of embed Evo in certain companies. So I think we are gonna have a team built out around that. Yeah, very soon.
Got it. Okay, Chill. I'm good on questions. I mean, I still am just a little. We've seen a lot of these AI framework ones and people with different approaches, and I'm trying to like figure out where I kind of put my hat to say like, okay, I see that's getting traction, and if there's traction there, then someone's willing to pay for it potentially, and if someone's willing to pay for it, it creates value. And so I think that story and loop still need to kind of hash that out a little bit, but other than that, Chill, I think I'm good. I don't know if you had anything else to add.
I mean, maybe we can ask you. Obviously, there's something here, right? There's 10,000
Totally.
projects.
Like, I don't want to discount all that traction, but
Mhm.
we've also seen like highly good traction frameworks, not do well from a token standpoint as well, is just my feedback.
Got you. Well, let me ask you this, Alec. What sets Evo apart from anything else that's out there? Is this the first of its kind, or is this something that differentiates itself by providing something innovative?
So I think we have a very opinionated way in terms of how we carry out auto research, right? And we have made it very simple for everyone to use. So the reason I would say why it got a lot of adoption, and it was slightly well thought out. Like I wanted it to be dead easy for anyone to sort of try out, because when I wanted to try auto research, right, I ran into a lot of hurdles. Like I tripped a bit, right? Because it's not easy to define evals, it's not easy to define guardrails. A lot of things can go wrong, right? You can't just ask Claude or Codex or whoever it is sort of set it up for you. So I wanted to sort of bring everything together with some good principles to sort of and combine it into a package for Evo, and it's gotten traction, right? And the results speak for itself. A lot of papers are getting published. A lot of papers are getting published. A lot of people are optimizing stuff, and there's a lot of low-hanging fruit. There's a lot of software that's written out there that's suboptimal, right? And if you just run auto research once, even if you don't use Evo, I would just recommend people just run an auto research loop on whatever code you have, and you would be surprised with whatever like results that you'll really see, right? So yeah, I think I believe in the mission, right? So I think that's why sort of I'm here.
And are there any other like interesting case studies? I saw you posted about one. I think there's like a discovery call that you had, and like because I think Evo made it like 30x faster as far as what their pipeline was beforehand. Can you talk through that particular case study and any others that you found interesting?
Right. So this was this company that sort of used a specific AI model called CNN to sort of do time series analysis. So they take a bunch of sequence data and sort of do like get an output out of it, right? And it was written in C++ by some of their engineers, and they have been using it in the pipeline, right? Works okay, but they wanted to sort of optimize it, like sort of get they make the servers more efficient and a bunch of other stuff, right? So this was the context of how they sort of found out Evo. And when we sort of went in there and we sort of deployed Evo for them, we were able to get their system like 97% efficient, right? Like, and with the same results. So you get the same results, but your code runs a lot faster. And it's not like they had bad engineers, it's just that they never had the bandwidth to even think about optimizing this sort of things, right? And but now with Evo they can. So anyone can sort of, if you have in a system, you can just sort of run Evo on it, and after a couple of days or a week, you just get a system that's like tuned like as well it could, right? I think that's what the promise is.
Got it. No, that's awesome. I mean, again, I think this is showing really good evidence of you've made your footprint already. I mean, it's only been word of mouth primarily, yet the adoption is actually pretty great. So look, you guys are building out something. There's something here. So as you build out the roadmap, definitely we'd want to invite you guys back. But speaking of the roadmap, anything interesting coming up? Anything interesting that you guys are building right now that you feel like we haven't touched on or should touch on?
So I think the immediate roadmap is a few things. First of all, we'll be launching a platform where anyone can sort of use Evo without having to have Cloud Code or whatever, right? So just we are just expanding the TAM or the surface area of who all can try out Evo at the moment. So that's going to be like the first thing that we'll sort of launch out very soon. probably by in a couple of weeks. And then the other is, as I said, like the distributed aspect of it, right? We want to have a way where people can sort of share their auto research runs on Evo platform and get awarded for it. So right now we already have the way where we can sort of share all the auto research runs that you do. But like, can someone sort of host a contest? Can someone give a problem statement? Can they sort of let people try out, right? Like if their agents can sort of solve it or not in whatever configuration it is. I think that's going to be like the next big step. Aside from that, I'm working on a bunch of evals just to sort of ground it with science itself. So we are going to be sort of launching some numbers very soon. Some are still in the works, and as I said, some of the research papers are still in the works, but hopefully they'll be out very soon. So I think a lot of things are happening, but I'm super excited.
So we have about 2 minutes left. A question I had for you was around the business model. How do you make money off of an open source project?
So, I mean, so open source, there have been a lot of big companies in open source like Red Hat and a bunch of others. I think what open source really enables is awareness of how to use it, right? And also like to sort of get your foot in the door, right, at the moment. So, for example, if someone can run Evo on their own, great, right? I mean, good for you, right? But there is a lot of companies out there that do not have that capability, or they do not even want to manage, right? And there's enough TAM out there for those sort of profiles. And I think I want to get there. I want Evo to be the default orchestrator, auto research orchestrator that anyone uses, and that's like the goal. So if you want to run it for open source, feel free to do so. But I think you will like it if we host it for you, and if we sort of take a look into a lot of the different data connectors that we can build out that you may not be able to do with like just the open source one, right? Because you'll have to build a lot of piping around how to sort of retrieve data, how to sort of do a bunch of stuff. Yeah.
Got it. I think I had one more, but I think I lost it.
I like the idea of the marketplace where people can do auto research for other people, and they're also being kind of like a way to try it out without having to like hook up my subscription. So yes, when you cook on those things, go for it, Chill.
I got my question back. You talked about TAM. We have about 30 seconds left on the interview. So real quick snippet of this. What's the TAM of something like Evo in the way you're positioning it?
Let me put it as an exercise for your readers, right? To your viewers. So I think there's a lot of platform engineers out there that are sort of in job right now, and their only job is to sort of, let's say, improve or optimize the system, right? And it's a big, so it's not like every engineer sort of does like new product releases every day. There's a big crowd that sort of just keeps on maintaining. Evo wants to go for the TAM, right? And we want to be the guy who sort of keep your system up and running and sort of always keep on improving it. So that's like the TAM. Folks can sort of do the maths on that, but there's other big TAM as well, where, as I said, like there's also possibility where you become a horizontal platform where people can do research as well, right? And that's like the big mother load, right? Like if you can sort of imagine, like if you can enable genomic research a lot better, and you can enable like drug discovery companies to sort of do this a lot of things faster, I think that's like a huge play to make. But we'll take our time to sort of do the discovery in terms of figuring out what's the particular industry, vertical, and even the geography that you want to play in.
Got it. Well, excited to see you guys build all this out. Again, there's like you mentioned, the TAM is huge. There's a lot of work to be done. So as you guys, progress and build out the business, definitely would love to have you guys back.
And you've made some investments. You're a VC background, so you've clearly had some success. So good luck and keep us in the loop. We'll definitely keep watching this one.
Yes, sir.
All right.
All righty. Sounds good, Alec. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, folks, for having me.
Dude, that's a low key kind of slept on. Good numbers.
That's definitely slept on. Good traction. I come back to this. Like I've seen so many of these frameworks. I'm just trying to understand, like, does it act as just like a community? People are passionate about this type of framework and they just buy the token to support the project, or like, is there a business here where the value flows through and it's, you know what I'm saying? But
are you thinking like GSD type?
Yeah,
type of
like I tried
okay,
GSD
I got you.
and it was tough. It was like you download it, you upload it, but there's no like, it's not a product. It's more of like you're instructing, the frontier model how to act better.
Yeah, I think I know where you're coming from. So hear me out. I know that GSD, the problem that it had was there's no tie to the business. Yeah. And because there's no tie, there had to be this sort of utility that was put on by the dev to justify the existence of the token. The problem, what I've seen on, we've covered this on MCG chat like over the last few weeks, is the ACE rounds fixes all of this.
Yes.
And the thing is, the market has been buying based on the speculation around the ACE round. So as long as a developer is building a product, something that's investable, something that they're looking to raise funding for, essentially like the value can flow back to early token holders through these ACE rounds, right? Or like they can get involved, they can be on the cap table. And we've seen many, many instances of, ACE rounds come and that be actually really great. We have our next interview here with Ika XBT. I guess our first question I wanted to ask you, Ika, is around ACE rounds. Have you been watching the ACE rounds? Have you been seeing, the Pump Fund Hackathon winners? And how do you think about it?
Hi, can you hear me correctly?
Yes,
we can hear you loud and clear. Welcome to the show.
Hey, glad to have you on the show.
Yeah,
You've
dude.
had a lot of things that we've mutually been interested in. So
yeah, it's crazy. Thanks. No, I was actually thinking the other days, like ACE round is like the new Binance listing, because everybody's chasing it. Everybody is like, which coin is gonna have a ACE round? I think it's just such a natural evolution for the space, and it allows so many things. All this new idea of going into the trenches, not to find a new frog or the new dog, but to find the solo founder who's going to build the next unicorn, and you can have a direct exposition to his equities. I think it just makes so much sense, and there's so many different ways to do it correctly. So no, I'm very, very into it. I was curious because I noticed, I think only the ACE round so far have been happening on Solana, not on Base, while MetaDex actually is doing the ACE rounds on Base. Like for instance, for Pumpcad, they had to bridge their tokens from Solana to Base. So it's just a dynamic I noticed. I don't know if it's because like Pump Fund is pushing it or what's the reason, but yeah, I think it's a very, very interesting ways. And as a holders of a coin, obviously, you want to be sure to have a direct exposure, whether it's through buybacks, whether it's through equity. So yeah, it's a very nice dynamic we see right now.
Yeah, absolutely. With that said, I mean, I wanted to backtrack a little bit here, just to intro you to our audience. I don't think we've had you on the show before, and so some people are like, okay, we see Crypto Jones. He's like, all right, is this a trader? Is he a founder? I first met you. I saw you on the timeline for the first time. I believe it was like last week or the week before, and then I saw it again just recently, where you kind of shouted out MCG, and really appreciate that. By the way, the validation is like that means a lot to us. But yeah, give us a little bit about a little background on yourself, your crypto journey here so far, and then we can kind of transition into the rest of the conversation.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, I'm more of a trader than a founder right now. I've been following you since the Believe era, I think, approximately.
Oh, what? Let's go!
Wow, that's crazy.
But it was a different vibe, and that's what I like with the current period is like everything is more chill, but you have more time to dig into every project and to see them grow. But yeah, I've been on chain since a while, since last cycle approximately. And I've been more overall of an EVM guys. I had some project on. I really like emerging ecosystem, whether it's on MegaETH, whether it's on Berachain, whether it's on Abstract. So I've been also participating in this ecosystem. I've built some communities there, overall, I've worked with a few different projects also in the marketing part, but overall, I would say I'm just a very, very active on-chain participant, and there's so many great activities right now. So I can't really describe what I'm interested into because there's so many different things. But obviously, we can focus on a few ones. I know, but.
So chill. I gotta take the next one because Ika, you show up on my radar. We called a couple things. Squire was one, and then Zinc as well. But the price action of Squire is insane. Up only. How many of us faded lower because of the branding? That definitely was me for sure. Absolute fade. You looked at this first May 20th. Maybe give me thesis on Squire trade, and are you still in it? And yeah, just overview of the trade.
Yeah, so I don't know if you saw this video of BlackRock actually saying like we're gonna trade compute because like there's not enough compute and we're gonna commoditize it. And I think the best trades or where the upside is the most clearer is where there is a narrative which is not just on chain, so it's way bigger, and that made me think like, okay, something is happening there. And I've been following VVV since I don't know $4 approximately. So I've seen it grow, and I've seen also this DM narrative again with the inferences thing. So I was just like, yeah, inferences, compute. I think that's one of the biggest narrative of the right now and of the next cycle. And so when I found out about Squire and Surplus, I was like, okay. So first of all, I think I found Squire, but then I saw the PFPs, and I was like, I don't know, it cannot be a serious project. And there was an older who sent me like, I don't know, PX something. He sent me like 20 link of Twitter article, etc. I read everything, and I was like, okay. But my brain was still emotionally saying, yeah, but still, it cannot be a serious.
Look at this branding.
Exactly. I mean, it psyoped me into not believing in it. So, and then I decided to rotate some of my zinc profits actually into Square. So I'm still in the trade. And also, I'm very curious about the cloud pump ecosystem overall. So, you like to bet on the leader. So I really like the project, what they're building about inferences. I really like the cloud pump ecosystem. So it also makes sense to bet on the leading coin. And then I saw your interviews, and I was like, okay, I'm fully convinced now. I'm Squire build. I just still want them to change the branding, and I think he said they're going to work on it. But at the same time, Surplus actually is also very good on base, and I think there's room for a multiple project, and I like to compare them a bit. It's like the AI 16Z vs the virtuals on base. There's space for multiple projects in the same field. So
before we get to Surplus, I really want to double down because I was in this trade as well. So when did you first enter this trade? Was it during our interview, or was it?
No, I entered at 2 million, I think.
Nice.
Or 60, man, even, I think. I don't know, but yeah, quite low. And then I flip-flopped. I tried it in and out of the chain, of the chart.
Of course. Gotta take profits at some point. Now, there was a Monday tweet. I saw the claw pump said Monday with the eyes or something like that. Do you have any idea like what the next thing is here? Because like there's rebranding. I mean, during like looking back at our conversation with Squire, I just didn't really know exactly like how he goes from like this growing compute ecosystem to something like I look at him like, oh yeah, that's an obvious business and should be marked higher or whatnot. But I don't know, just want to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, so and my thoughts are always coming like with both tokens. Like I'm comparing a lot Square and Surplus, and there was also a bit of tension between the two communities. But regarding Square, I think the Monday announcement is supposed to be about the report, like what's been happening, the data, maybe like the numbers of the volume, maybe something around that. I think that's my hypothesis. And then yeah, that's it. I'm like you. Like I think it's very promising. I just want to have a bit more data, a bit more proof of what's happening. Like to think more like a business. And I also see the chart, and I'm thinking of selling a bit more because I mean the chart is so much openly, and I think it would make sense to consolidate here, especially with the market knocking.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's my view. And at the same time, I think Surplus is a bit more clear in their advancement. So that's why I'm holding both. I think it's great to have an exposure to both, and I think a lot of people are holding both. I think the Surplus branding is a bit easier to understand, like Saylor Surplus, and I think the website is a bit cleaner, and the communication is very on point. So I like what's happening there, and also they had an amount. I don't know if you saw that it actually made the price pumped quite a lot. There was a community member who shared an idea of like a pendle like ID on top of surplus, where you can pay for a monthly allocation of compute. You pay in advance, so you bet on the compute price for the next weeks, next months. So the idea of being like a composable project where people can build on top of it. And then I saw also a few different smaller projects I didn't at the time to search more in details, but this segment of inference and compute is very exciting. And but I think it's still too early to say who's gonna be the main leader, who really is gonna like be here maybe in 6 months or in 1 year. So it's good to have an open mind and look a bit at everybody.
And to confirm, this is the surplus chart, right?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Chill, if you had a question.
So give me the full inference capital markets thesis.
Well, the thesis is basically that compute is so. First of all, we're seeing also with Serve this idea that right now the big AI companies are paying. No, every companies are paying so much for AIs, and everybody is trying to have the best AIs, but there is a huge issue with costs, and what we're paying for cloud, etc., is actually way lower than what we should pay when compared to how much it costs for the company to provide this level of compute. So there is a really reflection of how can we optimize this distribution of compute, how can we lower the cost, and I think this idea of optimization leads to the ability to trade and to sell compute like any other commodities, and I think we've seen that on-chain is a great place, with Hyperliquid. Like it's one of the best use cases of crypto is like trading. It's like buying, selling. It's like eventually perps. So perps on, I don't know, on compute. So I think the idea to have a compute marketplace on crypto rails just makes sense to me. So there's a huge market there. But then there's a lot of question of obviously who's going to be able to capture a share of this market, and even why not? I don't know. Like, what if Hyperliquid decide, I don't know, to put resources into trading compute because there's the leading place for trading overall, and they went into poly market, into prediction market. So it's still a very like moonshot bet in any of those projects, like who's gonna be able to capture a really important share of the inference market. But yes, that's my overall thesis.
I guess like the part that I'm trying to frame is, you look back in, December 2024, when AI on Solana was, that was the hot narrative. And now, AI has come back, but it's different this time. It's not slop. A lot of that back then was a lot of slop. It was exciting, right? Like, it was new technology that we didn't really see before. But at the end of the day,
we had no way of investing in it before. I think that's what the key thing, Chill, was. Like, it was like the companies were already trillions. No one ever had like a pure play AI stock to trade.
Yeah.
There was no penny stocks for AI really. So it was like, oh, here, let's trade this on chain. Sorry, and that to
no, I think you're absolutely right. So I'm trying to see, like, how does that change now? Like, obviously now we have things like ace rounds. We have, these inference capital markets where we can, tokenize compute. So I'm trying to think, like, is this is this AI season on Solana V2 or what?
Yeah, I mean, you said it all. I think this idea of being able to bet on a founder and to have a direct exposure to our real businesses eventually is what's make it interesting. And AI is one of the most interesting plays right now in crypto, I think. So I personally think we're kind of, it's a completely contrarian take, but I think we're kind of golden age of on-chain because, like, yes, the major are bleeding, but there is so much experimentation happening now, but it's also like good experimentation with people trying to find real businesses with real revenues, and then people have a direct exposure with eighth round. So yeah, I think it's a great opportunity right now to be positioned for AI projects.
So I want to wrap up the compute inference because we only have 12 minutes left. We have a few other narratives to get to. Are there any other tickers other than Squire and Surplus that you're interested around inference and compute?
I don't have them right now in mind.
All good. It's just, yeah.
But yeah, I think there's still at a relative low market cap, and I would really pay attention because I think they're gonna consolidate a bit. So to find entries on both could be interesting.
Okay. And I have to ask about zinc because we had some overlap here as well. I was long it twice. Two of like my best DLIM trades are zinc. Thoughts on ore and zinc?
Yeah, so actually a friend gave me the address at 40K, but we weren't sure it was because it was from the same deployer of the testnet token, because I had a testnet coin. And so I sold a bit too much on the first pump actually, but I'm very excited about Ore, and I think I'm also very excited about Zcash and about this store of value narrative. And I like, it's a long shot, but I like to think about like in 200 years, will Bitcoin be the main store of value, and like will people care about who launched what was Satoshi? They will just go for the best asset actually. And the Ore guys really have this idea that they want to be a store of value. They're building it, and it will take months, years. But I like this their vision, and also all this experimentation. And one of the best way I have to know if a project has a real organic traction is to see how many derivatives of many forks are happening on Solana and on other chains. And I've seen a lot of forks on Base or on other ecosystems. So I was like, okay, there's something happening. I think Ore is really a leader in a new primitive, and Zinc. And I'm also very excited about privacy, and I think like it's also the marketing tools of Archeon, because the higher Zinc goes, obviously the better it is for them. And they were telling me like they had the most they were using tons of, I don't know if it was compute energy transaction on the Archeon mainnet, but like Zinc was very
something like 150,000 computations. It was pretty big.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I think it's a very successful experiment. I'm very curious to see how both will evolve, but I think it's also this part of on-chain we like, is like the on-chain that tries, innovate, find new mechanism, and I think it's both really cool.
Yeah, and to add to this, because I did a lot of research. So the Zinc team is actually an old project called ZKFG, which then rebranded to Turbine Cash. It was a MetaDAO launch project, and they were working on a private DCA tool. So using privacy and then creating a DCA so it wouldn't show up in like I guess an order book or something like that. And so that's then where they came up with, I guess, this privacy / hey, let's try and do a version of ore supply where your strategies are, I guess, private, your deployment onto the grid, etc. I also like that rather than a grid like Bean or had, they had it as a circle. It's more like a roulette wheel. I thought that was a nice little innovation. And yeah, so and it's governed by Futarki, which is another like solid narrative. So like other than that, Ika, I don't know if you've looked at any of the additional mechanisms, but the other thing that they were printing was like I think they're at like $150,000 per 24-hour period of revenue, which would put them at or even above Ore Supply's revenue. And that buyback on a low market cap token versus a token like Ore, which is 50 mil, has outsized impact. So anyways, that was just some of my thesis on the trade as well.
I'm not in the zinc trade because actually, like, I sold a bit when I knew there had a second token, and now I'm looking for a re-entry. So I didn't follow closely the buybacks, to be honest. But I don't know how much impactful it is, but I know that as a narrative standpoint, like, people love to tweet about like the buyback. So I know like it has a psychological impact. I don't know how much it has a concrete impact on the chart, so I can't really say.
Got a question for you. We got about 6 minutes or so left in the interview. Talk to us about your best trade. What's your best trade ever?
My best trade ever, I think it was during the AI narrative. It was actually two trades because I went from one to the other. It was a traded game from virtuals. I was very early to the virtual ecosystem, so I had a friend who showed me XBT at 300K. I was also on Vader at sub 1 million. And then I just game. So game is one coin from the virtual ecosystem, like officially that powers their ecosystem. And so I just traded it from 10 to 200, I think, million, and then I sold it and catch another AI Ava on Solana. So maybe that's why I have such a good memories of AI, because like I liked this meta where like you are rewarded for doing researches, like trying to understand which coin does what to the ecosystem, how was like the flywheel, what does it power, compared to just trying to find the next dog, the next meme. So yeah, I think AI is a very interesting place to be, or whether it was in 2024, whether it is now. And I feel that the Serve Launchpad ecosystem or the Clo Launchpad ecosystem remind me a bit of virtuals before the giga pumps, which mean like, there's actual builders, but there's no huge traction or volume there. So it's the best place, I think, to find outside gain. So that's why I'm really looking forward to the next launches, both on Serve Launchpad and on Clo Pump Launchpad.
Nice. Okay, we have a question in chat too. Any thoughts on Prism? I know we talked about this briefly.
I think,
we were talking about the interview.
So I'm a huge fan of UniV4. That's another narrative I'm looking at, whether it's from UPEG or Sato and now Prism. Prism is extremely interesting. First of all, because I don't know if you're aware, but there is 5,000 tokens, so it's like NFTs. And when you own one token, you're earning a share of the fees. But if you have half of a token, you don't earn fees. So it's like rev share for the biggest holders. So I think that's a very interesting dynamic. And then there's this index part. And what's very interesting is, I don't know if you saw, but today, actually, Vitalik Buterin just posted a tweet about on-chain indexes. So I think it's getting a ton of traction by lots of building index tracking assets on top of option instead of debt. 2 hours ago. So I think it's catching a lot of traction. There will be, I think, the first launch of the index today. And I was discussing with the team, and I was saying like, it's cool because right now index will be immutable, but I was asking the team like, maybe you could make them dynamic with a Futarshi model where coins holders can vote if they want to add a new coin in the index. So I think it has caught a ton of attention, and I think it has a lot of new primitives, and we in a space that reward innovation, especially in this period. So I think the upside is very interesting. maybe to find entries, but I'm already in the trade, and I don't intend to sell for a while. So yeah.
Awesome. Man, I mean, 30 minutes goes by so quickly on
I
these
know.
streams. It's kind of crazy. You had a follow up on that, Josh?
No, I just said we have like 3 minutes left. So maybe just anything else that you're looking at, any other narratives you think might unfold here beyond being cautious, maybe on Solana and majors. But
No, but just because I know, like I was watching your streams where Chill was talking about takeover. If you remember the coin, which is a 160K,
takeover.
yeah. So the thing is, like, they bought back like 30% of the supply approximately, or 25. They are followed by one of the Baseline founder, and Baseline founder is interested in working with them. So you've seen that I was very into Baseline, and so if there's a collab between Baseline and Takeover, I think it could be very interesting. And also, one of their coin is Gacha. One of the coin built on their tech is Gacha. And there was this TCG huge pump yesterday. So I'm like, the issue is, like, I'm very impatient, but I know that at some point I'm gonna look at this chart and I'll be like, why didn't I buy at this price? So obviously, like, it's very, very low cap. There's zero volume. But I don't know. It feels that it's like legit builders trying their stuff. I don't know when or if they're gonna get some traction.
So we have 30 seconds here. So takeover you like, and gotcha, like the one on Solana.
And I really like, so basically Zcash. I like Zcash. I think it's gonna consolidate. But there is RHEA, RHEA. It's built on Near. And basically, you're gonna be able to do DeFi on Zcash DeFi with Ray protocol, and they already doing a lot of buybacks, 3,000K per month approximately, and so they're built on Near, and I think, because I'm a believer of the Zcash trade on a longer horizon, and I think if they start to have a lot of DeFi, like Zcash Whale being able to do lending, borrowing, looping, etc., Area will make a ton of fees, and they're gonna be able to buy back a lot. So that's also a trade I'm looking at. And Router also, because I know you like it too. I think it's starting
Router,
to Router. It's starting to give a good entry, so I'm looking at this one also.
All right, Ika, we have to leave it there. But what I'll get you to do is, can you send me on Telegram just the tickers of these? So takeover, Router. There was a couple others that you mentioned that I didn't catch. I'm gonna add it to the notes of the tweet, and we'll definitely have you back on, because I think you've made some great calls recently. So
thanks. You two. Together we're working well on the timeline to find the next gem. So
let's find the next gems. All right,
let's go.
Ika.
Have a nice day,
Appreciate your
guys.
time. Thank you. You too.
All right, guys. Yes, we have one of our favorites, a mainstay of the show that is coming on, Impulsor. Some recent announcements, but I think we'll just get into it right with Patrick, who is waiting on off stage. So I could even pull up announcements, but I think Patrick just wants to talk it through right here. Patrick, how you doing? Welcome back to MCG.
Hey, Josh. Hey, Chill. How you guys doing?
Good. It's good to see you. Some motion on you guys' side. Excited to talk to you guys today.
Thank you. Hope everyone's well.
Where in the world are you at, Patrick?
I'm just in Europe now.
New York. Okay, got it.
Europe.
Oh, Europe. All right. You're back in Switzerland.
Yes.
Awesome. Okay. What's going on in your life? What's new with Patrick Sang?
Well, we had a moment last week. I think I was following Dom. I think Chill and Dom. I think Josh was off. Was it Friday or Saturday? Must be Thursday, right? And just it's great to see everyone. There's been a lot of changes, a lot of some good news, some bad news. I had some downtime between March and April of this year. I got really sick. I think some of the holders will know. I think I was off for like 8-9 weeks, and then even with drive to keep on going. I couldn't do it. I must have got some kind of COVID variant or something, but I tested. I didn't get it, but I was out. I had like fever, chills. Then I moved on to cough. The cough finished, and then I had a blocked nose, runny nose, and then every time I talked, I got this really bad cough, and then I just needed rest. So during that time, we had a lot of time to reflect and think a lot more. And as you guys have probably seen, we've been building in stealth and pivoted and changed the course of where we're going. Hi, everyone. Good to see everyone.
Yeah, the chat, here's the fans. Definitely. Yeah. Okay. So you're good now? Good.
Yeah. I'm back to 98%. So, we're
Top Bumper says patient 0 of hantavirus. Hopefully not.
Yes.
Oh gosh.
But yeah. Yeah.
Okay, good. You had an announcement last week that really sent Impulsor. This was kind of like a lot of time of quietness. Roman, kind of just keeping people engaged. And then you guys dropped that you're re-domiciling in the United States to work with U.S. defense primes. Do you want to start there maybe?
Sure. So as everyone knows, at the beginning, we started off doing wireless power transfer, WPT. We called it contactless power transfer. We're still doing that. But in light of the last 3 to 6 months, a lot has happened since we started. The world has become a lot more volatile in a lot of aspects, a lot of things that you can't make sense of, and a lot of stuff you can. For example, the stock market is at an all-time high, even though we're at war, technically. And a few things have come about which is beneficial to us. One is what we've seen is with drones and kind of the warfare that Iran has done with United States in the current Iran war, is that they've been using like very cheap drones, somewhere between $5,000 and $30,000, that could take out a $2 to $4 million missile that has been developed, and they can go on all day and just have this trade. So what's important is now the warfare has changed, whereby expensive things are not necessarily the most powerful. So we can then use cheaper drones and cheaper technology to do that. So AI is another sector whereby it's been, in my humble opinion, overinflated. There's a bubble going on. And what's happening is one of the key industries that we're going into is defense tech. So defense tech, from a stock market standpoint, is trading somewhere between 30 to 70x revenues. So that means there's a lot of opportunity there. There just aren't enough drone or defense tech companies out there to get to IPO or get to a liquidity event. There's plenty of people on Claude or Anthropic, OpenAI, doing all these AI agents whereby they're trying to solve issues of humans, kind of replace the HR, the audit, the accountant, the lawyer, and so forth. But even with AI, you're not able to replace a drone or defense tech. So we're very in sync, in line with where the world is going. Roman and the company has announced, obviously, that because of Switzerland being very neutral, they're not able to entertain us doing a lot of the military and defense tech business. So having discussions with shareholders and the relevant stakeholders, we decided to focus primarily on defense tech, hence the US being the biggest market. With all the stock market environment, we thought that this is the best way to do this. We are continuing our quest to go to the US. Our headquarters will be out of Detroit, Michigan. We will set up the lab and the office in New Lab in Detroit, where we will have our team and the professors. And we've recently just hired our new CTO, which I'd love to talk about and announce to everyone.
Yes. Can we get into that announcement? Because this is what everyone's waiting to hear, who this is.
So this gentleman is the name David Barman, Baarman. We'll talk about David in a bit. He's OG, probably I would say one of the leading thinkers and doers in the wireless power transfer in the whole of the United States. He has 900 patents registered and pending. I don't know what the exact numbers are. We can get the numbers later on. He's been in the space for over 25 years. He's based out of Michigan, and he's super excited to be with us. And he's also a shareholder, which makes him aligned to what we're doing. He'll be leading the team from the US. We'll be hiring a new team of guys based in America, and we'll have myself and Roman be advising them. And then we're very excited to develop the swarm drone technology that we've been talking about. And that will be the first product that will be out there. And as soon as it's registered from a patent, from a patent standpoint, we're able to talk a bit more. And I can rhyme you off some of his achievements and track record. I'm sure a lot of you will be able to Google him later, and we can talk more.
Yeah, let's start with going deep on him, and then I want to get into the swarm stuff or the product focus of the business. Maybe just what does he work on? So when you say leading a team, is he got engineers in a lab that are putting components together, building software to stand up these kind of, I guess, demos that you would show to defense companies? Like, give me an idea of what kind of things he'll be working on.
Okay, so David wears numerous hats. I think he teaches and mentors. He's more of a practical guy. He's tech transfer, where he's actually in the practical world. He sits on a number of boards. He's also a CTO consultant to a number of different companies in the States. He is one of the leading, as I said, one of the leading thinkers, thought leaders in the space. I don't remember all of this, but I'm gonna quote some of the stuff that I have here. So David is a specialist in wireless power transfer, WPT, in the space. He combines the contribution of drones, robotics, and defense technology. So the first thing I would like to highlight to everyone is he's able to enable autonomous operations, working obviously with Roman and our other consultants and their professors. So his research on wireless recharge stations allows drones to land and charge automatically without physical connectors, solving battery life constraints and enabling continuous missions like surveillance or delivery. And this has already been done by some of the patents and the technology that David has developed already on his own. But we've actually specifically done a deal with him where he's helping us to develop the tech with us on the swarm drone technology that we've already got the concept and the demo ready. But he will help us to improve on it, and this will all be the IP of Impulsor. What he also does is his inventions and his know-how is able to improve efficiency and safety. So he's focusing on using magnetic materials to shape fields, maximizing power coupling for faster charging, while minimizing stray electromagnetic interference and heat generation. So he's able to do a lot of the technical bugs, how to make the things a lot more practical and faster and better. He's also able to drive scalability and standardization. With a background in strategic technology planning, his work helps define technical benchmarks and navigate patent landscapes, fostering the compatibility needed for universal drone charging infrastructure. Roman's very eager, so I humbly invite him on the show maybe next week to go into more detail. So he's done over 900 pieces of IP in like 20 years. So super impressive, and we're very lucky and privileged to have him on board. He's also able to bridge sensor networks and UAVs. His expertise in powering static sensor networks complements drone technology, enabling fully self-sustaining IoT ecosystems where mobile drones and ground sensors are both wirelessly powered. So that's really important. Both the drones and the bottom part are both wirelessly powered. He's also providing strategic IP leadership, obviously with over 900 plus IP registered. His extensive patent portfolio offers a competitive edge for us by translating theoretical concepts into proprietary practical systems that accelerate product development and future-proof R&D strategies. So that's one part. The second part that we're also going to span into, which I guess Roman can go into more detail possibly next week, is that we're going to go big also into wirelessly charging robotics at some stage. So one of the revolutionizing things that what we'll do is that we'll revolutionize ground robotics. So his near field transfer principles apply directly to ground-based robots. These are called AGVs. And these will eliminate physical charging contacts to prevent wear and corrosion in harsh industrial environments. What he'll also help us do is enhance defense logistics and stealth. So wirelessly charging allows unmanned vehicles to recharge silently and without the thermal signature of generators. His field shaping technologies also minimize electromagnetic detectability for covert missions. Also to enable swarm intelligence, his research supports multi-receiver systems that can power drone or robot swarms simultaneously, facilitating the rapid turnaround needed for coordinated search and rescue or perimeter defense. So it's not just related to defense technology, but also to emergency services. On top of that, apart from the air, we're also doing underwater and submersible applications. His technology can be adapted for unmanned underwater vehicles, UUVs, allowing them to dock and charge wirelessly at seabed stations, extending the range of naval surveillance and infrastructure inspection. Thank you, Maritu, for the comment, and thanks for all your posts in recent days. Medical and biorobotic safety. So we're eliminating exposed metal contacts, which reduce infection risks and allows for hermetically sealed medical robots, while his field control methods ensure safe power delivery without interfering with sensitive equipment. So that's obviously very important during, war and non-wartime efforts to help to keep infections and everything sterile and helping the people in need. Resilience against EMP and jamming. So WPT systems designed with David's robust field management techniques can be engineered to be more resilient against electromagnetic pulses, EMP, or jamming, ensuring mission continuity in contested environments. So there's also dynamic charging for mobile robots as they're moving. So the foundational work that he does paves the way for dynamic wireless charging, powering robots while they still move along specific paths, transforming automated logistic hubs where robots never stop to charge. So this not only applies to defense tech, but also kind of helping companies like Target, Amazon, eBay, all the big companies that have inventory. This will also reduce supply chain vulnerabilities. Deploying WPT-enabled autonomous system reduces reliance on fuel convoys for forward operating bases, maximizing the utility of local renewable energy sources and enhancing operational independence. Also, this will standardize the interoperability for coalitions. His strategic approach with us for the IP can help establish universal WPT protocols, allowing allied forces to share charging infrastructure for diverse robotic assets in joint defense operations. So this will also help us with the alliance with different parties and allies. Last but not least is accelerating edge AI deployment. So efficient WPT allows high drain AI systems to maintain peak performance without oversized batteries, enabling lighter, more agile platforms capable of carrying sophisticated sensors for real-time decision-making. On top of that, we'll be saving a lot of cost, time, energy. Every millisecond will help in any kind of operations or combat situation. So this is just a small list of teasers. I know everyone is going to have a tons of questions. Very happy to answer these questions on X or later. And we'll be posting a bit more information on what's going to come. And I'm sure Roman has more things coming up, and love to get David to show some of his information and tech when the time is ready.
So I wanted to call this out because this is a recent exercise that Vice News covered that's happening in Africa, actually just a week or so ago, where they strictly had this one gentleman that you saw him on camera here. He's a young grad from West Point and he's been running a drone team for 2 years in the US military. And anyways, the whole concept of this exercise in Africa is to test these types of really edge type technologies together. So AI, mesh networks, robotics, all these things together. So like, this is like a key priority for the US military. And I highly recommend everyone going and watching Autonomous Warfare Has Arrived, African Lion 2026 with this talk, because he has a lot of insights. Anyways, I just watched that on the weekend. I thought it's super relevant to all these technologies. Let's get into some questions. Crypto Rodo asks, interesting, may I know all how it all be applied to CPT's roadmap and milestones? So yeah, maybe touch on like kind of you mentioned all the priorities, but like what is the kind of step-by-step process of how we implement these priorities?
Sure. Thank you, Crypto Rodo, for the question. So first of all, I want to highlight that this is not a pivot from us. It's actually evolution, where it's actually a sharper positioning into defense tech and dual use applications of the tech that we've actually started to develop and done over time. And we've just been very focused on building our own business, and we're trying not to get too distracted with all the kind of X and all the token holders and everything else, not because it's we think of anything of less importance, but I think, at the end of the day, we're not crypto Web3 guys. We're real tech guys that we want to build the business, which we try to use the platform to try to do something different. And this is where we're at. So I think the first thing is we're going to continue to build the business. We're going to have to raise some small money at some point so that we can have the right people on board to scale this quickly. Time is of the essence, as I believe that the next 6 to 12 months, there will be a stock market correction. We want to try to get the space going as quickly as possible so that we can get to our first liquidity event by getting to the next stage. Once the company is in a position to potentially go IPO, then it'll be a lot easier for us to raise money from institutions. There are many things that David and Roman want to do from a CTO and the tech team standpoint. I'm obviously not as technical as that, but I think with money, we're able to do so. Now that we've assembled and added an integral team member, I'm very bullish of what we're able to achieve in 26, and 27, 28 will be even bigger, because I believe that the way that the world is going now, the need for the defense tech is going to be bigger than ever, bigger than any time in human history.
Yeah, we're definitely at that standpoint. It also looks like, and this is kind of, I think, bullish for these type of startups, is in that video, the lieutenant there describes that the bureaucracy, the military bureaucracy and procurement has completely gone away. And he said his team in Italy is sitting with the Ukrainians on how they're developing their drone programs, and they're able to go out, work with startups, go out and buy components, implement different things like explosives on a drone, and need like literally no sign off. They just go and do it. And this is kind of a departure of the last 50 years of drone or military procurement, where it's very bureaucratic based, only work with the big companies that charge an arm and a leg. So it's kind of like the right time to be innovating here. Definitely was a major takeaway. I don't know if like you would kind of echo that sentiment, and if there's kind of like one area you think like you guys might focus on first.
I think, as I said before, the first area we will focus is we've actually developed partial of the. Thank you, Crypto Rodo. We've developed part of the technology whereby that will be improved on and put into a patent pending with David's help for the swarm drone technology. And then secondly, is another big thing will be robots. The robots will also be wirelessly charging, that will be put to use both in defense and non-defense tech purposes. I think one thing that I think I highlighted earlier in the chat just now is that with the way that the Iran war has gone on, what we've discovered is actually not the guy with the most money or the best tech wins, is actually quantity potentially over quantity. Whereby it means that one really expensive, big, massive rocket or missile would not overshadow 10 million small little drones, which are more disposable. And the mass quantity of this is more important. And obviously, if we can add a bit of quality to the quantity and the mass, that's going to make us very valuable. So we're going for small, durable, fast kind of defense tech products, which is a lot of people are trying to do. Luckily for us, the moat is that not everyone can, like Josh and I can't just go to a garage and start making drones tomorrow. It's just we can do that with AI agents, with all the AI, agentic tech that is out there. So the moat is good, and ultimately you need people with a lot of experience to be able to do this. So to get David is a massive, massive coup for us. So we're very happy.
Awesome. You had an announcement around Mag-Res Swarm Drone update. This is a little more in the product weeds, but maybe, is this this is what you're filing a patent on, correct? Here,
correct.
This document here.
Correct.
Okay. Yes. You talk about the hanger. I don't know if there's anything else here. It says you're active negotiations with leading AI suppliers for mission execution software. I don't know if you want to maybe touch on that because that's a new thing.
Yeah, I'm not going to say too much on it today because they haven't been finalized, and I want the patent to be filed before we talk about it, so that you can so that we're in a safer position. Otherwise, if we disclose too much, it could end up being detrimental. People can then kind of overtake us. So we want to register first, so that at least our IP is legally protected.
Right, and this actually is a real drone, which Roman confirmed too. By the way, it's not a 3D mock-up or render. Maybe what stage is this at?
So it's not stage. As it says, it's been achieved. So I was in Geneva with Roman and a few other guys and the professors. And what I saw live with my own eyes, I think some of you may have been shown some videos, which I told Roman not to show anybody. But the drone that you see there has been wirelessly powered. The manufacturing will be stateside. Yes.
Okay, cool. Any timeline around that manufacturing?
I think realistically, it would be a few months from now, 3 to 6 months. I would think. A nice handle Sang 10. Yeah, it'll be coming manufacturing. Yes, stateside. I think you need to ask Roman that, but I think realistically, probably Q4 26.
Okay, Q4 26. Roman, don't worry. We love that you show us cool stuff to the behance of Patrick. Cool. And just really quick, you talk about these hanger concept. Yes. I don't know if David has a vision for that. I mean, with the Shahed drones, they were rolling out on a transport truck. They would launch out of them and then just go to their targets. But yes, they could be rolled out on a transport truck. In Ukraine, we saw the hangars open, and then it went out and destroyed, billions of dollars worth of aircraft and airfields remotely. What is does David have a vision for what these hangars could be used for?
Yeah, I mean, what I've known from discussions with him and Roman is that there will be both static and mobile versions. And I think we all agree where we want to go is we want to make it faster and more mobile rather than trying to make it very meticulous and grand and everything, which is, I think, what was happening years ago. But I think the environment definitely has changed, and we've got to adapt to it.
Got it. I would love to find out more of those use cases. Do you are you working with a specific defense prime now, or do you have targets in mind of who you'd want to sell this into first?
In the US, it will definitely be government and quasi-government contracts.
Okay, got it. And how would that work? Are they, so there's maybe a defense prime already has a contract with the US government. They've gone through that procurement system, which is probably pretty thorough. And then would they RFP out or RFP?
We would have to partner with the companies that have already gone through that process, because for us to get that license and to be able to do so takes time and a lot of screening. So we're going to have to share this with a local partner, as it were.
Got it. Okay, I'm just writing a note here. Anything else you would like to share, Patrick, there? I think we got like the main kind of 2 announcements that you guys have put out there, but definitely want to, and if guys, if you have any questions, please drop them in the chat. But I don't know if you wanted to expand on any sort of areas of impulse or.
Man, to be a fly in the wall. No, that's not good. You need to have patience saying 10.
He wants to just hear the drone talk, I think, is what he's referring to.
I mean, I would just like to say thank you, everyone, for your support and patience. We've had a slow 3-4 months. We haven't slowed down. We've just kept going. We've just done it a bit more quietly than we did in the first few months. I think we got a bit too excited and happy the first few months when we first started with the whole SOAR platform. And now I understand that SOAR has moved on to different directions. We thank them, but we're going to go back to what we know, which is to build a business and make it into a $1 billion company and more. We want to get to IPO at some point. It might take us a bit longer than I had expected, but we are talking to investors and partners both on helping us get more capital so that we have more ammunition, pun intended, to scale this faster. But also at the same time, once we get a few more integral people on the management team, we're going to scale a lot faster. I promised you that in the second half of 26, we're going to do a lot more. There'll be a lot more strategic updates. I'm personally not going to be as involved in the announcements and so forth moving forward. I think that's kind of quite distracting for me. I'll try to answer and talk to as many people as possible. I've kind of like outsourced this to Roman and some others to get this done because we need to get the business going. Once the business is kind of like more stable and it's moving forward, then we can then, tone down a bit and do more in the social media side. So to be honest, I haven't been keeping a track on X and even MCG for a long time. So understand from Roman and Dom that you guys have done extremely well, and now having like at least 10,000 plus viewers than before. But I think I was challenging Roman. I think when we first came on MCG, I think are we still like the record number of
you are still the record stream at 20,000 live on your token launch, bigger than CoinDesk or bigger than anything else on X that day. So
okay, good. So
but yeah, we're gonna so I just want to maybe before I get to this question, just on your priorities personally, are you thinking your role more as like a sales? You talk about the business, is kind of like setting out the direction or more sales focused? Like where do you see yourself focusing in the next kind of 6 months?
I would focus much more on the strategy and the financial side and try to get bigger size deals. And potentially we will also look at merging with other companies and acquiring other companies so that we can scale faster. So other kind of drone tech companies, perhaps. To answer Easy's question, are we still in the LifeFinder? We've put all that in the back burner by focusing on the defense tech, which we believe that is a much more lucrative and bigger business, and the IP is owned by us rather than partnering with others for non-defense tech items. So we go to where the money is, we go to where the products are, and we go to where we have the moat. And together with David, we're a much stronger team than we were before.
Got it. Sorry, I'm just writing that out. Do you this is more of a stock market related question. Do you feel that there'll be a large correction in the market? Is it better to IPO after the correction takes place?
Personally speaking, this is just my own opinion. Don't treat it as financial.
Yeah, none of this is financial advice, guys.
I personally believe that, and this is just my own opinion, take it as you think. I believe that the stock market right now should not be at all-time highs considering we're in the war, geopolitical tensions, but it is what it is. Second point is, I don't think there's enough space to have SpaceX, Anthropic, and OpenAI have IPOs all in the same year. I think there's just too much money involved there. And then my third point is SpaceX, if it does go IPO, which I believe it will, I think after the lockup or whatever provisions are there, what will end up happening is there'll be a lot of sell-offs from people, institutions that have put in money from a long time ago. Some people have been in positions for like 5-10 years on SpaceX. So they've made their 10, 100, 500x return. So I think there'll be a lot of sell-offs. And when that sell-off goes, where do the buyers come? I don't think the price will be supported. And this could be a catalyst, in my opinion, that there could be a massive sell-off that could have a domino effect on the stock market. So I have to be wary of that. We're gonna have to play by ear in terms of when we want to do IPO. I think realistically, it will probably be post SpaceX. So very likely that some kind of correction will be before any time that we do the IPO. But never say never.
I want to get into the token stuff in a minute, but just on the drone defense stuff, Maru's done a lot of really good job of like pushing out content around the theme. Maybe just from your end, like when you go into meetings and you're saying, we're focused on drone defense tech, and we have our guy, we have our IP that's patented and all this kind of stuff. Like, what are people saying? Are they saying, hey, Patrick, we'd love to be investors. Hey, Patrick, we'd love to like sign purchase agreements or R&D agreements? Like, where do you see kind of traction in feedback when you talk to people?
Well, it depends who you're talking to, right? So if it's companies that are potential clients, then obviously they want to see the product, they want to see the demo, they want to see the IP, they want to see what kind of price they can get it for. So that's one conversation. The other conversation is when we talk to investors or partners who like the business from an investment standpoint. They're looking at like, what is it highly scalable? Are you going to make money? And then 3 is, are there actual revenues, right? So there's all this talk of how great we are, and we can talk all day how good we are, but we need to deliver. We need to create. We need to manufacture. We need to sell, and then that's when money comes in. Once money comes in, then the whole thing becomes very different, because once you have revenues, we'll be able to access financing from banks, not just investors, and that will also help us open up lines of credit, and that will change the whole ball game in terms of how we do more R&D. So if we're able to get more people like David, then we will then end up having 900 plus patents, because then we have more teams and more things to do. So it just depends on what perspective and who we're talking to.
Got it. I'm going to just show a Maru tweet here. This is a drone on some sort of stand here that's presumably getting wireless transfer, but Maru too is probably one of the best accounts covering CPT, as long with Spicer. But go follow Maru. That's X account there. Any other question? So let's talk about the token real quick. Obviously, you launched on SOAR. Is there any specific update that you want to give on the token itself?
No, on the token itself, everyone, you don't have to worry. Nothing has changed. We will continue. So there's no change from us. Impulsor stays the same. We power wirelessly, and we'll continue to do so. SOAR's taken a different position. They've gone on to do, I think their thing is called V2, which they're focusing on pre-IPO stuff. We're not involved in that, and our whole business is just to continue to build what we said from day one.
Got it. Last on the token, and then I want to ask a bit about Spicer's post here. Could I know the utility of CPT? Also, is there any interesting aspects of the tokenomics that Pat would like to share?
Personally, I don't think the utility of CPT is anything but from more of a interest in the company. We haven't really thought about how we can change CPT tokens to utility products, maybe moving on in the future. One thing I do want to say, which we will do as a kind of respect and gratitude to some of our token holders, is we will integrate into the website. Roman's working on it with some of our team. We will be issuing like memorabilia and merchandise of Impulsor soon on the website, where we'll have t-shirts, hoodies, caps. Hopefully it will have just as good quality as the MCG merchandise that Josh was wearing there, modeling for us. So that's kind of, I mean, it's not really a big money making thing, but is it good for us to have some people wearing it? I love to wear it more myself. Just a nice little thing to do.
Yes. And guys, if you're unfamiliar with how SOAR's model was, they had like a debt, model. I don't know. You have to go back and look at it, but largely this is more of an ownership token rather than a DeFi token or a GameFi token, etc. Just for context. Mr. Donald J. Trump said that he's investing 2027 budget is investing 56 billion in investment in drone dominance. 56 billion rather, sorry. Any thoughts on this announcement just came out the other day?
Amazing announcement. I believe that this industry will continue on all fronts, not just the US, but globally. Europe, Ukraine, China, Russia, Middle East, everyone wants a piece of the action. So it's a growing and unavoidable industry.
There's $16 million valuation, ownership model. Is there a connection to the equity? Any thoughts around kind of how people value the token in this context? I mean, it trades around $1 million market cap, but how should people think about the token in the broader context?
I think we've been saying this for a long time, Josh, as you know, which is right now CPT is not accurately reflecting what the true value of what Impulsor is. We're not able to do so in the way that traditional financial markets see it, because we are kind of the first of we are the first ones that out of the block that are doing this, so people don't really see it yet. And I think in the crypto market, people see more speculative tokens where a meme coin essentially has no value and no utility, and it's purely based on people trading off hype and what it is, and people are just trading on profit, and once they hit a certain number, then they're going to sell. In this one, what we're saying is there is a traditional value as to what startups, when Facebook, Uber, Airbnb first came out, this is your chance to get in when Airbnb first started, and hopefully, touch wood and fingers crossed, that when we do go IPO and have a liquidity event, then the token's able to, through a debt structure which Soar did and Soar designed, we're able to exchange that token for it wouldn't be exchanged for equity, but then it'll be through paying off the debt, holders will be able to get rewarded for that. So kind of similar to what investing is, but it's not an investment, but it's structured by Soar and their legal team and how it works. And we thought that was quite an ingenious way of doing so.
And since then, we've actually seen a lot of movement from the SEC around tokenized private equity, which is coming very, very soon, it seems. Roughly, when are you planning to close the angel round?
I think realistically, probably 2 to 4 months.
2 to 4 months. That's good. That's a quick timeline. Any kind of notable partners that you think might be in on that round? Do you look for strategic investors? Are these angel investors? Large VC? What's the the composition of who you'd like to raise funds from?
It'll be more strategic investors. More strategic.
Got it. Glad to hear the token structure is affected. Yes, absolutely. Cool, Patrick. I mean, I would love to just give you the floor if there's anything else you would like to push out update wise, or feel free. And
no, we're just today. I just wanted to catch up, see you guys, update everyone, tell everyone what's been happening in the last couple of months. I hope I can come on more often, but we're very focused on next steps. We're very happy with the CTO, David Barman's appointment, the USA Defense Tech vision and execution and where we are. And just to remind people that the token is not affected. If you have questions, please send it to the Impulsor account. Roman's a lot more active than I am on Twitter, but where we are around, we're just focused on making things happen. And happy to get Roman on next week to talk more and give everyone more details on the tech itself. Yes. And when the time is right, we'll love to show videos of the demos and more announcements. And I think what we've done is Impulsor Wednesdays is every week there'll be some kind of update, which people can get an update instead of like sporadic announcements, unless there's something like very exclusive or important.
All right. Pulsar Wednesdays are your kind of update days. Is the structure just kind of, hey, this is what we've been working on kind of for the last little bit? Got it.
Yes, correct. Yes.
All right. So this Wednesday we'll see some updates. You would think I would say people should keep an eye on the 3rd.
Yeah. Anyway, great to see you, Josh. Send my regards to Dom and Chill.
I will. Yes.
Thank you, everyone, for your support. Special shout out to Spicer and Maru too for their very long essays. I enjoy reading them when I can't sleep. And special thanks to all the new and the old friends. And looking forward to seeing everyone soon. And wishing everyone very happy, healthy, and prosperous 26 ahead. Thank you, Crypto Kuba. Maru too. Yeah. Easy as well. Special shout out. So thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Patrick. A legend as always, and we'll clip that up for you. Have a great day.
Goodbye. Signing off.
All right. See ya. All right, guys. Really great to see Patrick again. I'm glad to hear he's okay. I know he was dealing with some illness, but locked in. CPT and Pulsar after a long quiet period. Thanks, Patrick. Saying mode. They are locked in. I think they also have a key piece of the puzzle. Looking back at CPT, and I've owned CPT at various times here. It just like it was a little, was Roman working on it? How far in development things were? When will we see like video of drones flying? I think with this appointment, we have someone who has a deep technical, not just expertise. It's like deep technical advantage or unique IP that he can bring to the products. As I mentioned, 900 patents. He's been working on autonomous robotics and drones. And then you marry that up with someone like Patrick who can bring things to market, and for those that are new and don't know, Patrick brought a company to the NASDAQ and hit a $10 billion valuation called Fubo TV during COVID. So very experienced in signing big deals, making big partnerships. And a key part of like what companies look for when they make investments or look to, work with people is, who are the founders, what are their technical backgrounds, but what are their ability to take things the distance. People will bet on startups, on founders, just solely on the person and not even know what they're going to build yet. So Patrick's the guy to have. I forgot this, but how much does CPT token represent in equity by percentage? I think between 5 and 7%. Narcissists. I don't know if that's what you're saying in relation to Darth's question, but it shows up weirdly in our thing. But anyways, yeah, I believe it was 7, but again, not 100% sure. You'd have to go look at the source documentation. Chill, how you doing? Where can I long CPT, S&P 500 market? And Chill, I do not hear you, by the way. Thank you.
Oh, maybe there you go. I was muted.
Oh, good.
Muted on two ends. But that was an amazing interview. It was good to see Patrick again. Glad he's feeling better as well. And we can't talk about CPT without talking about Dom. Shout out, man. Freaking Dom, bro. He just bag held that, bro. And was like, if I die, I die. And you gotta respect the conviction. You have to respect it. Because here they are, back and better than ever. Back like they never left, I should say. So yeah, no, I love the updates. Glad they're doing the every Wednesday thing too. Kind of like weekly updates. I actually thought about something like that, Josh. Like, we can do for, there's so many ace round projects. There's so many like utility projects. We should do like a quarterly round table, where, there's a quarterly review of all these different projects, progress they've made. I saw Avicii, they do a quarterly report. maybe we can do like a quarterly episode with like, a bunch of projects that a lot of people love.
Totally. Crypto Jones, I did see this, but we had Patrick Hope jumping on, so I want you to know that I didn't ignore it. But I hope the criticism isn't taken too harshly. But I'd like to but I think we could find all his calls. This is a reference to the Ika interview. I would have liked to hear more about how he finds them and why he's bullish. I mean, this is definitely the essence of what I was trying to get at too, by the way. But noted on the feedback there.
Chat. So, what are you guys in right now? Are you guys just like trading the ace round stuff, like the AI, the compute stuff on Sol? Are we like experimenting with other things? Like I see Prism. Prism was a good launch over the weekend. Are we still on base? Do we have any base plays? Let us know what you guys are trading. I think right now my main focus is AI on Solana. TCG meta, TCG Hawks is a good one. I saw all the TCG charts,
bro. The gotcha,
yes.
The gotcha one, bro. I saw that at like 100K or something, 200K. I actually LP'd it for like a hot minute, and then it just like nuked out of my range. I was like, all right, yo, let me close that. That shit ran to 10 mil, bro.
Yeah. I told last week. I was telling you guys about TCG last week. I was telling you guys at 2.5 mil. I was like, dude, look, TCG, it's down, but it's good. It's literally like the second project in that entire niche that is doing anything meaningful in terms of like revenue and everything. So,
and I'll call out Roman is still hanging out with MCG. Love Roman hanging out with MCG. Appreciate that. Any questions that we didn't get answered from Patrick, you want to ask a technical question, I'll bring it up to Roman, and we'll surface his answers on screen. But go ahead, Chill. If you want to throw some charts open, and we'll go through some stuff.
Yeah, let's focus on let's focus on inference capital markets. Let's focus on AI on Solana for today. I think there's a lot of things that we need to look through. All right, let me share my screen here. And I'm just going to go off on like a tangent here. So, let me add my screen. There we go. All right. So, still include, by the way, Clued, was retesting the top of the range. It's now back in, and it's bouncing. So, Clued is making this like sort of stair step higher. Like, it's forming some of these key lows here, and looking to eventually fully break out and break away from this range. I'm actually going to just mark out this all-time high level too. I guess this is the another key piece of resistance that's forming right now. But Clued, we all know the thesis on Clued, right? Persistent memory. You have higher lows on the chart. You also have ace rounds in that, I believe he said he's open to the ace rounds. I also did like a post the other day about Clued as well. Just talking a little bit about highlighting not our last conversation, but our first conversation with Clued here. And here's the tweet. I said some takeaways. They're integrated with VVV, growing users, enterprise deals. These will fund the token buybacks. They're working on a memory standard with regulators. They're working with Google they're working with Google on compute agents. So there's a lot. And then he also said he was open to ace round. So a lot, and again, shout out Alpha on MCG. If you want to follow at MCG Alpha, we post all of the stream notes there. So give it a follow. And this actually has a lot more, details, as well as a link to the interview itself. But there's a lot going on there for Clued. So one to stay on the list, continue watching it. As for me, again, full disclosure, I'm in. Let's see what else. Opal was hitting a decent level, but Opal still, like, if you haven't been in Opal, like, it's not giving you an entry right now. It's definitely not giving you an entry. we tap this buy zone? Barely. We front ran it a little bit. So yeah, we'll see. I'm still looking for at least a golden pocket retest on Opal. If I'm someone that's not in Opal right now, like I think 2.5 mil is probably around the region, 2.6 around the region. Our darling Squire giving an entry. Let's check out Squire real quick. I got Squire all the way down here. Yeah, Squire's starting to pull back. I mean, I mapped out the buy zone, was it last week? On the Trader Radio, and I don't know if we're gonna get 3 mil. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know if we dip all the way down here. Again, at least a golden pocket retest. This one sub 4 mil. But you know what? I might just hold on. I might just hold on to see if I can get the 3 mil entry. Yeah, if I can get a just 3 mil, I think that would be good. And this would cover the inference capital markets category that I feel like I still need to do a little bit of reading up on the inference because there's so many different components to AI and AI agents, right? There's coordination and where serve and the nooks of the world where they operate and innovate on, right? Like the reasoning layer not being solving hallucination and all those things. But then there's also the efficiency side of there's making sure that token usage is efficient so as to reduce cost. And that's just two quick categories I can think of off the top of my head. But there's so many, like there's AI and there's AI in crypto, the intersection, right? But then there's all these like little sub components to it that are very, very interesting actually. So, and I think, projects that innovate in these different like niches, I think those are going to be very, very important to keep an eye on. And for me, Squire, I didn't understand why it was popping off at first, but now I'm starting to see the vision here. So I might even try to do a write-up. I'm going to re-listen to the our interview and probably do a quick little thesis write-up and see if I can get my entry here sub 3 mil. All right. That's Squire. Are you continuing the work online, even if it's taking a backseat? That was for Patrick saying late comment that came in. Palmedigi also, I think take a look at JTVO, might be interesting one. The supply inference for marketplaces like Surplus and hopefully Squire. Let's see. We've had JTVO on this show many times.
Yo.
And I'm still trying to figure out like exactly, candidly speaking, this is me and you talking PFP to PFP right now. I don't know what they're building, bro. Like he's come on the show and it's really been hard to articulate. And I get it, devs sometimes they don't have like, the greatest soft skills. Like, it's very widely known in the tech industry. Like, you have developers that are cracked when it comes to coding and building, but when it comes to pitching, soft skills, communication, there's some lack there. So I didn't know if it was that playing out in these interviews, but I still don't know what he's building over there. So here's what I'm gonna do. Let's pull up the chart. Let's see what we got. JTVO. By the way, noticing that meme coins are like they're not getting any attention anymore. I actually I don't mind it. It's almost like a pendulum swinging back and forth
liking
between
this
utility and memes.
I'm definitely liking this utility season that we're going into.
Yeah, me too. I'm loving it. It feels like things are investable again. Let me see if I can find a quick write-up on JTVO, at least something recent, right? Something recent that better explains, why the heck this is already, this is gaining so much traction. So let's look at the JTVO Twitter page. Oh, they still have Believe.
The Believe logo. That's so funny.
That's crazy. Let's see here. JTVO. It said spot JTVO in here. Where is it? Do you see it? I don't. I don't see it. All right. Oh, here it is. Neo clouds and physical infrastructure. Okay. All right. Let's see. I'm gonna look through their recent posts, see if I can, I don't know, get an idea of like why did this pump so much. Pamadiji, do you know why this pump? Do you know why this pumped so hard? Like, was there some news or something? Let me see. Yeah, let me look. Um, all right, let's see what Miyamoto says. I spoke with Lucas back in June 25, and I'm delighted to see him still building and shipping nearly a year later in an industry with most abandoned projects. Okay, just kind of more of a shout out. Let's see. Look at MCG. I mean, we're on to this. Has a featured startup profile in Hassan's VC aggregator with some solid information. All right, let's see what the solid information is. Jativo is a baby neocloud with hosting open source LLM models 5x faster and 70% cheaper than OpenAI or Anthropic. We are serving DeepSeek and all these other LLMs. Raised 180K through ICM back in the day. Okay, so it's neoclouds. I'm just trying to understand. Ooh, what a call. He's in the Discord, by the way, Josh. Medbody. What a call here. What a call. He said looks undervalued. I'm still doing DD. Have so many questions, but it looks good. I can't fade it.
Well, this guy said it was looking undervalued. What was that, 2 days ago? Not even. Yeah, 2 days. Saturday. It looked undervalued at Saturday at 150K, bro.
It's a Solana-based decentralized LLM inference layer that pools idle GPUs via DGON for faster, cheap, private access to frontier models, powering AI agents with token-gated utility. It unlocks daily free API calls, inference credits, staking benefits, and priority access, used for payments and JTVO-backed capacity in the pooled gateway. How's it working? It's like pool-to-peer marketplace. DGON aggregates idle GPUs nodes from community providers worldwide. JTVO privately orchestrates load balancing, batching, and caching across pools clusters, delivering one OpenAI compatible gateway for low latency inference. Huh, interesting. Okay, so I think I understand. Oh, wow. He says here, if you hold $100+ worth of JTVO tokens, you can get 100 API requests per day refreshed daily. Interesting. Okay, so here's what I'm getting from this. You basically have this through token gated utility. You can hold a certain amount of tokens, in this case, $100 worth, and then you get access to daily API calls from all these popular LLM models like Chat, like Anthropic, Anthropic's Claude, and all the others, Gemini, and what have you. And basically, there's a pool-to-peer marketplace where, I guess, like how you can use, like, your computer isn't always using 100% of its compute power. There's like idle power on the side that isn't being used. Essentially, the community is able to then activate that idle compute and and put that in the cloud essentially. And they have technology that would pool all of these idle GPUs and nodes together to then provide a way to use that as inference for models. So okay, I mean, it's a little I think we might need to have him back on the show or something. I believe we have him on the schedule, no?
Not this week, but I think it might actually be this. It might end up being this week. I gotta figure out a time.
We got so much, bro. We got so much sauce for you guys, chat. We got so much sauce for y'all. It's actually crazy. Another one that's worth checking out. is 3. I mean, this one went absolutely crazy. Well, just to close out JTV, I think we pretty much get it, right? We pretty much get what it is. It's basically a GPT 5.5 free for lifetime, which is equal to $100 worth of JTVO tokens. So you kind of get like, it's almost like a good workaround for free access as well. But I think that idle GPU power is actually the unlock, at least to me.
Do you think it's a little heated though?
100%.
I mean, people are calling it the VVV of Solana. I think that's
look,
little generous, but
there's tokens that, it's really great when the community can kind of form that one line banger, right? Like the VVV of Solana. Okay, cool. Like it puts everything into context. But yeah, I don't buy discovery candles, guys. You guys know this. If you've been watching MCG for any amount of time, you know that these are discovery candles. What I'll do is DLM this, right? Like top of the range, bang. What we're looking for is a retracement to one of these levels. I mean, I don't even think the historical price action is even relevant anymore. Let me go to the 4 hour here. Actually, let's go to the 2 hour and see. Get a little bit more detail. Yeah, there's where's my, let's see here. Where's the top side of my fib? It's not even showing up on the deck screen. Let me redraw it real quick. Yeah, this is an interesting spot. I definitely wouldn't buy it up here. It's just not, to me, again, it's pretty heated right now. I think we probably wait for a retracement to the 0.786 if we get it. This little cluster here, I think, is really good. So I'd say about $1 mil. Pomodiji, I think people are comparing this to VVV. When I looked into it, I think it was more like they partnered with Surplus. Yeah, I think like Josh said, Pomodiji, I think this is a little bit ahead of itself. We've spoke with the founder a few times, and I still don't really fully understand what they were building, and there was a lot of sort of like pivoting back then, but maybe he's figured that out by now, right? Maybe he's figured that out. But yeah, I'll watch, definitely at the very least, watch for pullbacks. Man, this one kind of hurts, guys. 3. I actually was just watching this at 240K market cap, and I was like, man, like, this kind of looks good. I don't know if I should snag it or not. I saw Theo as well. He was like talking about this, and then bang, look at this chart, man. This is up. This is up, holy moly, about 1,200% in the last 20 hours. Like, this is actually going crazy. What I heard was Spirax, if you guys know, the decentralized stablecoin protocol on Base. Spirax had actually integrated the technology that these guys are building. So I saw that they partnered with IBM. Holy crap! All right, let's look at that real quick here. 3. Let's look at that. That's crazy. It looks like Suzu also might have it looks like Suzu quote tweeted. All right, let me show you guys this. Looks like Suzu quote tweeted the founder or the team from 3. And yeah, this is actually crazy. Oh my goodness. So yeah, it looks like they're partnered with IBM. I think that's really awesome. Yeah, this is where I saw it like a couple weeks back. Like they integrated 3, right? Spirax USD. They're backed by a ton of big names, and it looks like they integrated the 3's technology. So that's good, right? 3D avatars with an LLM brain. So that was nice. But yeah, this is crazy. Looks like this is the announcement that they broke. They said, we're incredibly excited to showcase our partnership with IBM and the true power of 3.ws. We've made embedding a persistent on-chain 3D avatar into any platform as easy as embedding a YouTube video. Frictionless deployment, open source infra. Every AI needs a body, brain, a wallet, and every digital identity needs a network. The foundation is built, the partnerships are live, and the 3 ecosystem is powering it all. Don't just watch the internet evolve, build it. Okay, awesome. Well, that's actually it's actually pretty good. I mean,
So do
that's
I read that
actually,
as like, you know how you paste a YouTube video and it like loads
yeah.
it or something in social? Like you'll paste an avatar and it'll just be in there.
Well, actually, let's watch this real quick.
Through
Let's watch this real quick. And let me pause. Let's put this on.
Welcome to the next evolution of digital identity. Through an exciting new partnership between IBM Partner Plus and 3.ws, the future of AI agents is no longer just text on a screen.
Why are they all
Interactive 3D on-chain avatars? Inside the 3.ws studio, bringing a persistent identity to life is effortless. You can customize your avatar, adjust the environment. Then, with just a few clicks, you generate a simple iframe snippet. It's exactly like embedding a YouTube video, but infinitely more powerful. Now, watch what happens when we bridge this with enterprise scale. We simply take that embed code and paste it directly into IBM's platform. In seconds, that same fully rigged, AI-ready 3D avatar is live, seamlessly living within the IBM ecosystem. This is exactly how we onboard the next million developers into Web3. We are removing the friction from building the future. As these interactive, on-chain identities become the new standard across the web, the foundational layer powering them becomes absolutely essential. The infrastructure is built, the enterprise partnerships are live, and the ecosystem powered by 3 is just getting started. Don't just watch the internet evolve. Be part of the layer that builds it.
That's actually crazy.
Yeah, but like, I don't know.
Look, all right. Hear me out. I get
In
it.
IBM, what tool was that going into IBM? That looked like a tool from like the 2000s. Sorry, go
I mean,
ahead.
it's a developer platform, right? Like, I don't think it's gonna be like the most up to date with some of this stuff. I mean, this is still pretty cutting edge, so I doubt that they're gonna want to focus on UI. They're probably more focused on a lot of other things. But yeah, like this is a some type of, I don't know, I guess some type of IBM platform. But it looks like they're not saying, this isn't like, hey, they're a part of a builders program there, and it's just IBM handing them a grant. No, like IBM is saying, you can literally make use of our platform. And so yeah, I mean, I still gotta do the research, which is why, like, it's crazy. I still got to look into this a little bit more, but I mean, it seems like pretty straightforward, right? It's just, giving LLMs a full on new identity in terms of like a 3D like character, right? Like an online character type thing, which is very interesting. And again, like, I'll stand on it when I say I think ACE rounds really help stuff like this that don't really have like clear utility of the token in the product. And again, I haven't done the research. If there is utility for the token, my bad. But obviously it's good. It's hard to put utility in a lot of tokens, right? And so now that you don't really need it because of the ACE round, I think that's a lot. It just makes investment and an investment thesis. It makes all of that just a lot easier, in my opinion. If you're not in this, where would I be looking for an entry? I mean, you pretty much already know it by now. Golden Pocket or 0.786. I think this is more hype around the IBM partnership. And then I think this like kind of fades off a little bit. And then as it fades off, that's kind of our entry signal. So, because that's how I used to play like these utility projects. This is like, remember PayAI? Actually, let's go straight to the PayAI chart real quick. I'll just bring it up real quick. Bang, PayAI. So this is the PayAI chart. And if you guys remember, I literally said, off this candle right here, by the orange arrow, that was when Solana, they announced their big partnership with PayAI, right? With their new their new technology and stuff like that, their new platform that they're working on. And off that announcement, there is this huge buying from 2 to, almost 12 mil market cap, right? And so, obviously PayAI went absolutely insane. And what did I tell you guys? Hey, look, don't buy the top. Just put a fib on it and then bid the golden pocket. And bang, we tapped the golden pocket and then we went higher. Conversely, you can see the same thing playing out again on PayAI, where there's this kind of second wave from 5 mil to or it was like, about 5 mil, sub 5 mil to about 13 mil market cap. And I've been telling you guys about this, like, hey, look, it's been on the 0.786, it's been on the 0.886 as well. So, these are good buying levels. These are great retracement zones to buy. It's not the line themselves. It's just, where do you buy instead of, pulling a number out of nowhere, right? You just line up a quick fib and the fib tells you all, and the fib does all the work. So I'm saying that to say same thing here on the discovery candle with 3. If you're not in, you don't buy the top, you literally just wait. Buyers will turn into profit takers, right? Flippers, then people losing conviction, people will puke their bags. And then you want to like just enter either here around the golden pocket or here around the 0.786. And honestly, in cases like this, where it's like, man, like it seems like this is more of like a Solana season, like a utility season that we're in the midst of, we might not get these pullbacks forever, right? Like these projects aren't just gonna like pump and then fade off into zero. I mean, if you look at the perch, chart, that's one that happened to perch. Boom. Perch, it pumped. And let's go to the 3-day. Let's delete all this crap. Let's actually go to 12-hour. So just recently, earlier this month, or not this month anymore, last month, about a month ago, we saw that perch pumped all the way from 118K market cap all the way to almost 2.5 mil, right? But then what happened after the pump? It just got faded off. It just died off, and it's basically back where it started. And what I'm saying now is we're in a much different era on chain, where these pullbacks, you can buy them with more confidence because there's more fervor in the market. There's more willing buyers. People are forming thesis again. People are low-key having fun. They're researching. These projects are innovative. And now you have the ACE round, which, fixed that why hold the token problem. And so that's why I say, like, you can buy a pullback on this with confidence, right? Boom, you see the move, you plot out your levels, and you literally just set your limit orders and just chill. Let's see. Other than that, ISO is actually doing really well, grinding higher, and this is on a 12-hour. This chart doesn't move like a lot, but when it does move, it moves. As you can see here, I think Mainnet went live or something like that recently. But same thing. Another one on the research list, but it's a new DeFi primitive. So something I'm looking into, but again, with a lot of these low caps, they're starting to pop off. We just saw 3. We saw SED make a move as well. We're seeing a few low caps, right, come out with some pretty good moves here recently. So I'm kind of eyeing the 1 to 300K market cap area. Some of these tokens, if they're 200, 300, 400K, they can easily pop up, especially as we're seeing this happen more and more. But yeah, that's pretty much all I'd like to discuss with you guys today. We covered all the major movers. We covered a few things to look out for. We did a lot of great interviews, and we're coming up on, we're well over 3.5 hours live. So yeah, I think this is a really good place to kind of pause. And some news. I wanted to share some news with you guys. All right. So you ready, chat? You guys locked in? So we've concluded all of the interviews for today. It's been great. Went through all of our on-chain alpha. Guys, our Discord is coming together quite well.
I thought you were gonna say you're having a kid.
Oh, oh gosh, no. I'm sorry, man. I will not. I cannot. No, I don't know, man. Kids are tough. I'm really loving being an uncle. That's really what it is.
All
Like
right,
being an
Unc mode.
I'm in full Unc mode right now.
All right, back to Discord. Back to Discord.
All right, so Discord, guys. The Discord, technically speaking, it is live. So with the Discord, I'm getting a few people in. We're kind of just like making sure everything runs well. But I did tell you guys on Friday that we're gonna work and make sure that this thing is up and running, ready for you guys today on Monday. So if you'd like to join the Discord, go to my profile at ChillTRD, and it is the link in my bio. I did that just now. We're live on stream, and we got all the bros are here. All the bros are here. Top Fumbler, Crypto Jones, Pomadigi, Hawks. We got Darth Maul in here. We got all you guys in here. So you can go to the the link in my bio, and that will give you access to the TG. It's not going to be up very long. Okay. I'm probably gonna take this down. Maybe in a little bit. Maybe in a little bit. Dang, y'all already lighting up the Discord. Holy moly. But yeah, it's just a few of us in there right now, right? Like it's a pretty small group. I'm gonna again start out with just a few guys, our core audience, people that want to just chill with the team, trade with us, hunt with us, share ideas. But this Discord server is gonna grow into something much more, much bigger. Like we're gonna have founders, so all the founders that do interviews on MCG, we're gonna start getting them into the Discord, right? Like it's gonna just turn into this hub of information and alpha for both you, our audience, for other bigger names that we might see on the timeline. We already have a few in the Discord as well, so we're just gonna be chilling. It's gonna be a good place to do some off stream trenching, hunting together and stuff like that. So yeah, you guys can join in the Discord, feel free. And again, we're starting very, very small. The server isn't even that big.
Yeah, we're gonna keep it limited, I think.
Yeah, we're gonna keep it pretty tight, and just hoping to get some of the homies in, and yeah, and you guys also moving my personal TG into Discord. I've been in my TG for a little while, but I'm gonna now move my journal entries in TG to my Discord, and that way you can keep up with thoughts on the market and stuff.
Yeah, and Chill, you lagged out a bit, but I think we.
And honestly, I'd love to.
Yeah, Chill, you're lagging. I think pretty rough. Are you coming through okay? Can you hear me okay? All right. I don't know if guys, I don't know if Chill's lagging. I don't think it is me. I think it's on Chill's end. I'm just gonna bump him for a second. See if we can Chill you back. All right. I don't know what happened to Chill. I think he's having internet problems, but yes, the Discord will be limited. Sorry, I just need to get to my single layout. And it will have calls. I'm going to do some delimbing. So real time, I'll put my delim trades in there as well. And I think when we have founders in there, we don't want it to be like, there'll be no shilling. Like there shouldn't be any shilling, none of that. We want it to be more like if you have key information, you might drop it there, right? So we'll see. I don't know. It's gonna be a work in progress, but yeah, it's gonna be pretty limited. Let's go Chill's X account. Let's see it. No. Let's see. Chill. MCG. Chill. Boom. Oh yeah, they're right there, guys. Go get in the Discord. I believe this link is going to expire or it's going to be removed. Right here. There we go. Go join that. All right. The only trade I'm in right now, delimbing wise, is Percolator. This got a bunch of volume that came in it just now here. And I have it set so I think it might, go into the 9 to 10 mil area. Just wanted to call that one out. But I'm noticing on Meteora's delimbing, the charts are a bit bugged out right now. So I'm kind of being a little, not going to trade too much because the charts are just. I also noticed this for, I believe, Jupiter. Jupiter as well was bugging a little bit. So I don't know what's going on there. So keep that aware. I might not even trade, not even use it until those charts kind of get sorted out. Chill, are you with us?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was muted. I'm here. Sorry. I don't know what the heck just happened, but yeah, I already see that the homies are joining in the Discord. So this is I'll probably leave the link up maybe up until an hour, like after the stream, after we stop stream, right? Like I'm not gonna, again, this is for people that are here live. You guys watch us, and I see you guys. Hawks, Palmadigi. Actually, let me say what's up in the Discord. Let me say what's up in the Discord. GM, guys.
Squire breaking down here. I'm starting to like this, by the way. This might be one that I kind of load up on. Here, I want to show this. I mean, Claw Pump. I thought Claw Pump could have a little bit of a season. I still think it could.
It definitely can.
But I want to look. Bunny, who's the founder of Claw Pump, said, let's see. Okay, Solana's VV is sitting at 600K right now. The pricing, man, I hate when people do this. Just tell me what the ticker is, Nate. Come on. I think this is what I think it's JTVO. And then Ansem said Solana has a VV king. I wouldn't normally shill anything on the timeline like this, but to be honest, honest to God, good product. The used pod with SquireBot, Inference Market, have seen Chris nonstop shipping since launch on Claw Pump Tech. Have seen him integrate a new AI project a day. AI project a day into his Inference Market. And for the sake of argument, I'll say that even Claw Pump has migrated from open router to use pod because it's simply 40 to 50% cheaper. With the volume of usage we recently got, we were hitting our daily allowed open router limit too often and spending too much on compute. I think, bro, Squire could be an absolute monster. Yeah, change the branding. Yeah, I got to hop, guys. I do have to leave. So chill. I'll let you kind of do.
I'm pretty much
Top Fumbler. Don't worry. We'll make sure you get the link. Do not.
We'll take care of you, bro. We'll take care of you. Don't even worry about that. Honestly, guys, you can go ahead and jump, Josh. I'll finish up and I'll do all the stuff. Yep. Deuces. All right, y'all. So couple quick last things I wanted to cover. I wanted to cover with you guys. And let's see here. Boom. Let's do that. And let's do that. Nope. I'm trying different things, different layouts. Yeah, I kind of like this one more. All right, cool. Well, anyways, guys, we're pretty much wrapping up here. It's towards the end of the stream. We're coming up on 4 hours streaming live. Just a couple things I wanted to make mention of. First off, thank you guys for joining today. I mean, it's 2,000 of you guys live on a Monday. So appreciate you guys for joining the stream. If this is your first time joining MCG, we do this all the time. We literally do this every single week. We interview great founders. We bring good projects onto the show, and we share with them. We allow the projects and the founders and the teams to share their vision, and we ask questions, and we don't softball it, right? Like we're traders too, we're hunters too. We want to like dig into the thesis, into the background of these businesses and what they and see what's really possible. So if you like today's show, you loved how we do that. We're live here, as you can see, Monday through Friday, 12 p.m. Eastern time. We usually we begin the show with like macro, right? Talking about Bitcoin and some other majors. Then we do our interviews, and then we finish the show by discussing, on-chain narratives, trades, things that popped off, etc., positioning, just, overall market updates. So we do these things Monday through Friday, 12 p.m. Eastern time. So if you like that, you want to follow us at MCG Live. And as you can see, we just crossed 10K followers, which is crazy because we're already about to be 10.5K. So that's actually kind of wild. But thank you guys so much for the support. As you can see, this is our feed where you can find everything MCG, typically stuff that pops off on chain. We've likely already covered. You see this here. Percolator, we had them on not too long ago, and now their Percolator's chart is going absolutely dummy off of the Tolly shill. So obviously there's a lot of great information that we cover. Happy to do that for you guys always. A few things I wanted to flag real quick right before we sign off though. Bang, I don't know if you guys at the beginning of our stream, I called out this near long, and I told you guys I'm long here. Everything is lining up, and we're absolutely hitting we're absolutely going nuclear right now on not going nuclear, but obviously we're on the up and up here with near protocol. Also ton bouncing pretty hard. A lot of stuff bouncing. You see, like there are a lot of things coming off of the bottom of the ranges. Like ton bottom of the range. As you can see, I have the range drawn out from here to here, and we are coming off of the bottom of the range, so looking pretty good there. Same thing with Tau, right? Bottom of the range, bouncing quite heavily. I was actually waiting for the daily close, and a lot of these things are bouncing, so I'm gonna wait for them to cool off, but just flagging this for you guys. Same thing with Render, bouncing off the bottom side of the range. Same thing with Ondo, right? A lot of these are going well. One that I'm eyeing here is Pengu. I think Pengu could potentially be a like Pepe level type of trade. So I'm actually watching out to see if that thesis plays out. But obviously here we're going from accumulation to now a nice little uptrend, and I'm hoping that we form somewhat of a higher low in this area here. I'm hoping we form this macro higher low, and then we just kind of continue to trend upward. So that's what I'm looking for there. That's a couple majors. We even see WorldCoin absolutely smashing through the recent high as well. So yeah, a lot of things are popping off. So let's keep your fingers on the pulse. Follow us at MCG Live. Quickly going to conclude by going through the schedule for the week. I'm not gonna lie, our schedule is an absolute banger this week. Absolutely insane schedule this week. All right, so let's take a look. Here's the schedule this week on MCG. Stream notes, MCG Alpha, recordings on MCG YouTube. We had Spectro on today, that execution layer that we described. And apparently this is, by far makes things cheaper, makes executing tasks much cheaper. Like we're talking like 30 times cheaper from what he mentioned during the interview, as was the case in one particular case study that he had. So obviously from a tech perspective, Spectral looks really good. He's a serial builder. He had a very good resume as well. Previous exits, previous revenue generating apps and stuff like that he's made. So really nice. We talked about DecantFi as well. Evo came on and their numbers are going really good. The chart doesn't look the best, but from a fundamental standpoint, they actually have the numbers to back it up. 10,000 integrated with 10,000 projects plus. So really good there. We talked with Ica XBT. Another one of the friends of the show, went through his thesis on so many different things: AI, inference, capital markets, Squire. We talked a lot about that stuff as well. And then we wrapped up by talking to Patrick Sang from CPT. So very nice lineup that we had yesterday. Tomorrow we have Hermes OS, we have Bio LLM. On Wednesday we'll have an Archeum project that they're not live yet, but we'll interview them, see what they have cooking. We have Zinc coming on. That's an interesting project. Thursday is a banger. We have Dreams, Pod, right? VeilNet, SED. So a lot of things that have been, doing pretty well here. So a lot of great things we have coming up throughout the rest of the week. Friday we'll close out the week with Degen to Disciple. A very nice story of turning $700 into $100K. So we'll interview him. And then lastly, we'll interview the homie Sonder. Sonder's really cool, but he has a project on Base and it seems to be building a nice little community over there. So we'll also kind of loosely check that out, but just having him on the show as well. So that's the MCG schedule for this week. That's what we'll be doing. Thank you guys so much for joining the stream, supporting the show. If you do want to support the show, again, we'll have our private Discord. I'll have the link in my bio. So if you want to join that, go to the link in my bio and you'll be able to join the MCG community. We'll start very small and then we'll begin to build up this community little by little. It's not paid. It will be free, but we don't want to dilute the alpha, right? We want to make sure that, we keep everything nice and efficient. So join while you can, and about an hour post stream, so let's call it 4:30 p.m. Eastern time, I'll go ahead and close out the stream. And if you're a long time viewer, and we know who you are, we know who all of our long time viewers are. If you didn't get in, just hit me up in my DM and I'll make sure that you guys are taken care of. Okay. All right. Well, that's the stream today, guys. Look, appreciate your time. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. It's been an absolute pleasure. I will see you guys in the next one, and I'll see you on the timeline, and I'll see you in Discord. GG's.